Welcome to the Liberal 12th Man Show. I am the Liberal 12th Man, and we're doing a review show today. Really difficult weekend to get through in many ways than one, many more ways than one for me. But I am here to be with definitely my Reds brethren and get through this. You know, like all things, persevere on. So today, big up Nalante, I see you in the house. I wanted to definitely get into this. I know, very disappointing weekend. And definitely with the loss against the Gooners at the Emirates, I think, obviously all of us wanted to have a win and go about that way. But when it comes to this race, I don't know if it necessarily boils down to that being the end all be all when it comes to this title race. Big up JK, I see you in the house. Definitely appreciate your message too, by the way, JK. I appreciate the DM and everything. So I definitely wanted to get into a lot of what we saw yesterday. I wanted to get your input, get your insight as to what you guys were like, how you guys were feeling about, what basically, was our, it was definitely a big game, possibly the second biggest game left on our schedule when it comes to the league, at least. I think it's the second biggest game that we had left on the schedule. Wasn't the result that we all wanted, and certainly not, at least those of us that are Reds, it's not the one that we wanted. So it is what it is. No doubt. I like this. Says JK says, no Biggie Smalls. We will bounce back versus Burnley. For sure. You'll never walk alone. I'm right there with you. I'm definitely right there with you on that. A lot to discuss, though. A lot to definitely get into. I know that the Brentford game against Man City is going to be where Brentford is going to be hosting Man City. Is coming up. I know that Man City currently in third place is looking with a draw and 4 wins in a row, I believe they have. And I know Brentford, that is now in 15th place, is something like 4 in the last 5 games. I think they have 4 losses and a win somewhere thrown in that 5 spot. I know they have a win, I think, recently. I think not last game, but the game before, I think they have a win. But yeah, it's a big game. Would like to see Brentford get a result. Obviously, I'd like to see them get a win today, but if they end up getting a draw, I'll take a draw as well. That would certainly help out immensely for us, especially since Brentford is playing at home. So we can all hope and pray that we get a result out of that fixture. But I want to go more so into obviously our game, because that's what we're all here for. It's only one game, It's only one game, Nilante. Just like you said, the performance was lackluster, to say the least. It was a disappointing. It just didn't seem like we were ready and willing to be taking on the foes that we had before us. It was something weird, because normally it's not often, or not, it's very rarely that Liverpool doesn't look up to the task at hand. It doesn't look like, it's very rarely that you see Liverpool not be prepared for what we have to deal with. And just to be honest, like, guys, there's been a lot of different things that have been going on. Big up to Brian. I see you, Brian. I'm going to be sending Brian the link here in a second. So if Brian can join us, that's cool. If he's busy or has other plans today, that's understandable as well. Trying to see here. But yeah, I definitely wanted to go into it today and basically just break down a little bit of something. There's a lot of different things as well about the game that I think that people are kind of overlooking when it comes to some of the some of the things that we had to do. I see a lot of, like, it's amazing how this world has become so reactionary. Like, how how a lot of times the fan bases that we actually find ourselves amongst tend to be so reactionary to the point where um, you don't get a real read as to you're not getting a real genuine read as to okay, no worries, Brian. No, Brian. Yeah, no problem. I'll get through the ratings, then I'll bring Brian in, but I'll send you the link all the same, Brian. Um, but yeah, you don't get to a place or a spot where you're able to, I can't even put it, like you don't get to a spot where you can actually understand exactly what it is that you're seeing and what you're witnessing. But you like to think that everyone's heads in the game. You like to think that they're all ready and prepared for what they're going to have to engage in. And it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy because you expect to have forums, or you expect to at least have safe places, because often, when it comes to a lot of these things, I know I get called the football romantic, lovingly so, sometimes mockingly, but often lovingly. I get called the football romantic, and that's because there's a reason why they call it the beautiful game, and also there's a reason why this game has become so ingrained in my own heart, despite me, like the normal pushback that I get, which is, oh, you're an American, or oh, you're this, or oh, you're that, or why are you a Liverpool fan, and all the other different things. And I mean, like, I just can't say enough. It's a lot of the times my response is very simple, simply because of people like you in the chat. I mean, like, honestly, the people down at my supporter pub / supporter boozer, just the Reds that I meet in my common day, everyday walkings of life. It's very, very different when they really put perspective on it, and especially when we all have different things going on in our lives. And some of us, or a good number of us, at least myself included, sometimes definitely utilize football as a getaway, as a place of comfort, a place of solitude, a place of being able to just kind of like put the thoughts of the world behind you a little bit, and just focus in on something that truly does bring you pleasure and joy, which is football, and especially our Reds. So yeah, so it's just interesting because I know that I know I was on a bunch of different shows, and I was I was getting, and then I was also in a couple different chats. I was also obviously having to deal with my brethren at the supporter boozer that I go to, and just online, whether through my tweets and everything else, and blah blah blah. And often, especially with myself being a vocal supporter of the club and of the coach and of the players, I'm often got a target on me. So I actually enjoy it, though. I actually kind of like, I actually do enjoy it, actually. I like being the Punisher, I guess you could say, when it comes to all the different people that actually try to take aim, or say what they need to say about me and my love for this club, and my support for my fellow Reds, supporter, player, coaches, whatever. So yeah, it's always like a good like testament of like how and what you're doing with your life sometimes, when you find out how you're the target of a lot of people's angst. But all the same, yeah, let me see what you guys got to say. KJ, big up KJ. KJ said, yesterday's result had me detoxing anything football for the rest of the night. Yeah, I got you on that. Definitely got you on that. Brian says, one of those days where everyone is miles off. Got to take it and move on. Can't let it happen again, though. That's spot on right there. That statement couldn't be any more on point. Big up, Dustin. I see you, Dustin. Let's see. No one can tell you ain't a real fan. You'll never walk alone, my guy. KJ. Oh, appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. for sure. Real ones, only real ones, only real ones like support me, and I know that. So that's why it is. That's what it is. And then KJ says, I haven't been able to go to Anfield as much as I used to, or as he used to, since since he has kids now. But no one can tell me I can tell him he's not a diehard supporter of our club. Facts, brother. Facts. Absolute facts. Frank Castle. That's really Frank Castle settings for sure. I got you on that. Big up. What else? And then our record against the top four, United included, ain't great. You know what, Nalante? That's really interesting too that you brought that up, because I definitely agree that is spot on with what you have to say. And why I say it's spot on with what you have to say is because there was a lot of like pushback, I guess you could say, with last year and how our performances were last year. And often it was the teams in the lower end of the table that ended up giving us our draws and our losses and such that were unexpected. But we always did well against the top six last year. I'd have to look at our fixture. I did an episode not too long ago, and I used the spreadsheet that I have. I used the spreadsheet that I made in it, and it basically had the breakdown of the top five. The top five and the realization of what we needed to do. Our record against the top six, our record against the top eight from last year. Because normally the top six, the top 10, not 10, but top eight, I'd say, are normally the teams that are going to give you problems, and normally the teams that can surprise you on any given day. And pretty much every team in the Prem can do that. But yeah, any given day, the top eight can certainly do so, and especially the top six, because of the ground, especially when you're playing them away, their grounds can always be a formidable pitch to play on, despite the fact of whatever the record is. But I wish I had that. I'm looking for it right now, if I could bring it up real quick, because let's see if I have it handy. I don't necessarily see it like that, unfortunately, but I'll keep an eye out for it. I'll look for it while we talk. But yeah, it hasn't been the greatest, and it's something that we definitely need to do. We definitely need to recognize that if we're going to make, we have to obviously separate ourselves from the top six, but to make sure that we hold on to this title. But when it comes to the rest of the bottom of the league, especially, I like the fact that we're not flailing when it comes to a lot of those teams towards the bottom portions of the table. Luton, despite Luton, but then again, I've gotten I went on. Before the Luton, I didn't really have many fans of other teams participate on my channels. And it's like the one time I did, I had a Luton town supporter on there, and we ended up getting that draw, and it made me actually, before going into it, I was under the realization, not the realization, but the feelings of, oh yeah, they're Luton, it's a small club, it's a small grounds, they're newly promoted, we should be able to just run past them. And Luton, when I'm speaking to the Luton supporter, he's I think they called them the T-boys, I think, going through that, made me have a little bit more respect for them. And if anything, after the game, obviously so, but even more so, my engagement with the supporter made me recognize, okay, I'm not going to be disrespectful to them, and ended up being what it was, which is, Luton's actually doing well this year, and I got a newfound respect for them. Big up to Barry. I definitely think what you have to say is right. Let me see what Nalante says. Whether UK or not, listen, if you were here 12th, you'd be at majority of the games. Oh yeah, for sure. if I was in Liverpool, man, or even if I was in London or some other city in England, I would definitely be one of those guys that shows up and has figures out some way or another to get myself to the games. Make sure to get myself on that list of I know it's like a 10-year waiting list or something like that to get season tickets, but hey, what it is. I try to finagle my way into getting those season tickets for sure, one way or another. KJ says, yeah, it's right. I don't think we would have smashed them, but I was confident we would get the win. It's the performances that hurts the most. Barry says that wake-up call was coming yesterday. Yeah, I can understand people saying that too. Look, it was only so long for so many different teams that we're going to be able to continue to pull the rabbit out the hat type thing, performances. So I like to know that despite the fact that we weren't able to pull some magic yesterday, I still think that we do have some David Copperfield style, magic in us for sure. The Kanate red. Oof. So the Kanate red, which was 2 yellows, really was difficult to get over, considering that now, yes, we're going to be missing him in the next game. I don't have an issue with the fact of one. I think I like the fact that he continued to play, continued to try to press and push and try to exert his dominance over any portion of the field that he could. That is being Ibu. I don't obviously like the fact that he got another yellow. I don't like the fact that he got 2 yellows. I don't even like the fact that one of the yellows was borderline yellow card. I get the second one is you're already on a yellow. So everything nowadays when it comes to football, no matter what, is like touch and go when it comes to getting that second yellow. But I know that the first yellow was soft, in my opinion. I don't think it was necessarily an outright yellow. And and the second one was like Charmin soft, but that is what it is, especially when you're dealing with Kai Havertz. I just don't like that guy. And I admit that I understand that my opinions on him have now become biased since having to deal and having to face off against him, whether it was for when he was with Chelsea and now whether it's with him with Arsenal. And albeit, I was someone that was actually optimistic in acquiring his services for when we were in it, when we were in, in the running of bringing him to Liverpool. But man, that guy wears Speedos, dog. Like, I just don't, he is the softest, like, oh man, I just don't like that dude at all. I just don't. I have no respect for that guy. He is what it is, Continue to correct. I'm glad he's not a red, to be honest with you. So it is what it is. Big up Red for life. Big up Red for life. And last but not least, 12th. I think you should. I says 12th. He thinks I should try to be able to come over for end of the season. If we win something, surely it'll be amazing for me to experience a parade. Oh, trust me on that. I am planning on going to Dublin. That's going to be epic in itself. I definitely plan on going to Dublin and hopefully seeing us in the Europa final. I would love to be a part of a parade. I would also love to be there just to, be able to give, some takes and some experiences and bring them back to those of us that wouldn't be able to normally go to those experiences. I would love for that to happen, especially now with some of the things going on in my life. I would certainly love to have that kind of joy be brought to it. So yeah, hopefully we can get these numbers up. If I can get these like subscriber numbers up, and I can start utilizing my my press status or something like that and go to some of these games, hey man, the world is ours, right? The world is ours. And then last but not least, KJ says they were both yellows, to be honest. I didn't argue against either of them. I'm not saying that they weren't yellows. KJ, I'm definitely in agreement that I could see why they were given, why the cards were given. I can see both of them being yellow cards. I can agree with that too. I just think that, I just personally think that some of them were little soft. That's all my point is. Like, I think that there could have been, I'm trying to think of the best words. I mean, like, it is what it is. It is what it is. They were yellows, Ibu knew what he was doing. And it was what it was. I just think that, yeah, our defense was like, I don't think it was just one area of the pitch that we suffered or looked poor in that yesterday's performance. I personally think that the front line left all of us wanting. I think that the midfield was a little disorganized in that it just wasn't packing the punch that we necessarily needed. Obviously, our back line and unfortunately for once, our world-class goalkeeper were not world-class level performances. And also, I also think that tactically, when it comes to how we utilize, and it's something that I definitely want to go into. I got to start bringing out these tactical Tuesdays because I definitely want to get you guys back into, not necessarily everyone in the chat, because I know some of us in the chat definitely do our due diligence when it comes to tactics, and also some people in the chat are like coaches or former players, or they just kind of get those concepts. But one thing I want to do with a tactical Tuesday is go over possibly, what it is that Arsenal did to beat us, but more so what it is that we need to be, what we normally do to beat other teams. And that is with the rotating triangles. I just personally think that, considering we go to the right side so much and we play through the right side so often, we play on the right side, having our whole right side be basically people that don't normally play on the right side as starters for us, really, and even so, and even the one that did, which was Trent starting for us, he wasn't playing his normal inverted, his normal role of being a quarterback for us. He was playing a more of a traditional right back that, and if not right back / right wing back, because he was definitely going forward or trying to get forward at least. But he wasn't getting the results that we're normally cognitive of or normally used to seeing. So it is what it is, man. It is what it is. We move, man. We just move. What were we saying here? Let's see. JK says both center backs on a mad one yesterday doesn't happen often. Definitely doesn't. And then KJ says personally the center backs weren't that bad. It's more the lineups. The role Cujo was asked to play and the subs is what killed us. You got to go in a little more depth, KJ, with what your description of that is with the role of Cujo at least. I'd like to know what your interpretation of the role of Cujo was that you were, I guess, disappointed in or you didn't agree with. And then let's see. Dustin says, I don't think neither of Ibu's fouls were yellow. I don't think that they were. I definitely let me do this too. I don't think that I don't think that the cards were yellows. I know I might have froze up there for a second. Hopefully I'm not freezing up too much here. I don't think necessarily that they were outright yellow cards in the sense. I'm not necessarily like, I just thought they were soft yellow cards, but they could have been yellows. That's certainly what I foresee. I definitely foresee that. And yeah, I definitely foresee that. Let me do one more thing here. Make sure I can get this over to Brian. But I thought that realistically, I didn't think that they were like outright like, oh, stone cold yellow cards. But Ibu knew that he was going to get. Ibu knew that he was going to get that yellow card the first time, and as soon as he bumped into the second, he didn't really put much of a fight. He knew it was off because yeah, it is what it is with that. What else you guys got to say? He says when I heard that Bradley and Dom news, I instantly. Okay, so when KJ heard the Bradley and Dom news, he instantly knew we would have played Joey G at right back, Robbo at left back, Trent at the 6 with Maka and Jones as our 8s. Oh, that's what you would have done. I got you. You know what's also unique about that too, is that I would have done something somewhat similar in that as soon as I knew about the news about Connor Bradley and my thoughts and prayers go out to the Bradley family. I know what that's like, having lost my grandmother this weekend. So I know what it's like to lose someone, and I know how difficult it is to kind of like, push on and try to go, continue on with the things that you have going on in your life as if, everything's normal. So again, Connor, my thoughts and my prayers go out to you and your family, and I hope that I wish you the the best with everything that you have still in this world, and the memories that you get to keep of your father. And I know it means something, and there's not many words I could add to that. Let me add Brian to this. I'm going to add Brian in here as well. Welcome, Brian. How are you?
I'm very good. Give me 30 seconds there, and I'll be back with you. Just 30 seconds.
Okay, no worries. Take your time. Thank you, LFC Aaron. And thank you, Nalante. Yeah, life it's just a remembrance that life is special, and life is special, and that's why I like to end every segment by saying to be sure to take care of yourself, because doing so you'll have the ability to not only help and assist others, but you have the ability to take care of others in your life as well. And it's important that we do so, because again, life is definitely certainly fragile and special, and the time that we have to spend with each other is just that special. And I appreciate each and every one of you guys out there that are show love by supporting, joining the broadcast and everything else, and walking and taking this walk with me. It's important. So again, I appreciate all of your condolences from the chat. So yeah, you there with us, Brian? So this time, no worries.
Sorry about that.
Pick up.
Dog emergency.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yes. How are you doing, Brian, today?
Yeah. It's always difficult to. It doesn't happen very often, thankfully. But the hour after a big loss, it's always difficult to kind of talk to people. So yesterday, I don't blame. Yeah, I don't blame anybody. I don't blame people for being angry. It's kind of, if you say to somebody, I said to a couple of people yesterday, kind of a chin up type attitude, and I was told to, it was made pretty clear they weren't quite in the mood for chin up stuff yet. So it's like, okay, okay, I'll leave you go. I'll let you go for tonight. I won't try and, I know, people don't want to be told really how to feel after a loss, especially a big one. And it's like, sometimes that's the way I just let some people go off. But then there's some people talking absolute hogwash, as usual. So it's kind of like, it's hard to kind of not get a little bit angry yourself on behalf of that kind of stuff, because and especially because when you go and you do something like what we did against Chelsea, one of our best performances ever this season, and and then you see the reaction to that, and then 5 minutes later, one bad game later, where it was just kind of a bizarre. It was like they were zombies out there. It was like we sent out the under-17s team in disguise because they just didn't look like a proper team. And my only takeaway from that is that can't happen again. Whatever happened yesterday, players will have bad games, but whatever the hell that was, surely can't happen again because it was like someone unplugged us. They were just on low power mode for the whole game. It was like 20% low power mode. That's it. There was no energy. Apart from what, maybe that first 10 minutes of the second half where we kind of kicked on, but it was just so weird to watch. And yeah, it was, but yeah, so much of this. I mean, poor Ends just had to do an hour there talking about whether or not we should sell Gravenberch in terms of like, he's not saying he wants to, but he's saying, why am I hearing all this? Why are people talking about that? Like, there's always got to be a scapegoat, doesn't there?
Yeah, there is, and that's what it seemed like it came down to yesterday. Look, that's why, if anything, I wasn't necessarily highlighting or pinpointing any one individual performance as being like that was the end all be all with our downfall. It wasn't like, oh, because of Gravenberch we lost. You know what I mean? I wouldn't go as far as to say that. Was I over the moon with Ryan Gravenberch's performance yesterday? No, but I wasn't over the moon with anyone's performance yesterday, really. Like,
No.
I think that minus maybe in this order, maybe I think McAllister and maybe Lucho. And then beyond that, everyone else has had like, sleepwalker style performances,
Yeah.
and even Lucho and McAllister's performances weren't something to write home about necessarily.
No, everybody on a below average. So that's yesterday's game. But Ryan Gravenberch's career is a completely different story. You're playing in one of the most difficult positions in the game, in one of the most demanding leagues in world football. I think sometime isn't it, at his age. Like, someone tried to hit me up there earlier on. Literally, oh my god, they listed 5 players who came to Liverpool, right, and hit the ground running and didn't need time to settle in. Every single one of those players was either bought directly from another Premier League club or had already played in the Premier. It's just like, come on. Oh, Wijnaldum hit the ground running. Wijnaldum was one of the best players for Newcastle. But they got relegated, but he scored like 16 goals for Newcastle, got a load of assists. He was one of the best players in the league. There's a reason we bought him. Just absolutely stupid. Like, the guy gets any young kid like that. What happens? You give him a season, move into a new country. Who knows if his family were with him or able to come? Who knows if he's living in a hotel for 3 months? No. He had get rid. Look, then the next manager can come in and go, yeah, that Gravenberch, he doesn't fit my style. I don't like his profile. I never would have bought. I'll sell him. Okay, fine, that might happen. That's football. That's the football lottery when you get a new manager. They like some players, they don't. But we're not selling them because, look, that's future talk, right? Or you might get a new manager that comes and go, building my team around that lad. So let's just give him a full season to get used to pretty much new everything. And it's like, it's not like he's getting games at fullback where you can come in and have a quiet little game there for a while. No, he's in the engine room.
Yeah.
All eyes on him.
There's a lot of eyes. Yeah. The perspective that you're saying, you can finish.
Yeah, it's needed. No, just in perspective, needed. That's all. Just look at it for what it is. And it's just like, oh no, he's done. He's had enough time. Like, okay, if you think he's had enough time, that's cool. I don't think he's had anywhere near enough. But
you know what? So LC Aaron, pick up LC Aaron, by the way. LC Aaron's a great guy. Know him from the Coppish side of the tracks here. And he says yesterday was on Klopp. You know what? I agree. I can understand why you say that and can say that, to be honest with you. But I would also say, I think yesterday was on everyone. To be honest with you, I would just say yesterday was on everyone that was on that pitch. Whether you're on the sidelines or whether you're on the pitch, I think that was on everyone yesterday. And what I mean by that was, yes, I understand that it takes Klopp putting together a team together, but it was something I'm trying to think of what I think it was I was dealing with I was on Quasi's show, I think, and I was going against what K-Mac's perspective on the game, and like what I mean and why I'm saying his perspective is like yesterday's circumstances meant that the lineup that we were going to put together wasn't necessarily going to be the lineup that we expected to see per se, like as or not expected, but like say we wanted to see. However, with the circumstances that were that Klopp had to deal with, obviously with the loss of Connor's father, with the unexpected. I don't even know exactly what it was that kept Dom out of the game. Some were saying it was like an illness. Then I heard that was his hamstring again. And I'd rather it be an illness, to be honest, like as in like he has a cold or something, that he'll eventually get over. Then it be his hamstring, because if he's pulling lame again off his hamstring off of one game, then that's not good. I don't want to see that be a recurring type thing. You know what I mean? But being that we couldn't have Dom there, obviously knowing that we don't have Endo, knowing that we don't have Mo because of obvious reasons, whether it's because of the AFCON, but also because of his own injury, we knew what side we were going to be getting, and it was such to think that Arsenal wasn't going to come into this game prepared, having had so many different, interactions with us, that they've either dropped the ball when they should have possibly or could have possibly beaten us. They finally picked up that stick and got through and got over the line with it. And I just don't think that like it's solely on Klopp. I mean, like Klopp isn't out there kicking the ball for these guys. He's not out there trying to put. He can only give the plan and put them in the best places to succeed, and they've got to go. They've got to take that opportunity and go the extra mile with it, and they just didn't do so. And like a lot of the people that were the reasons why the 3 goals that we saw Arsenal give up were all pretty much on mistakes. It was like opportunities that we like afforded them. Or am I wrong in thinking that? Do you have a different perspective, Ryan?
I thought Trossard's was pretty self-made. I thought Ali. Ali's going to look at that. Ali, nobody needs to tell Allison what went on there. He's the best in the world. More than any. But I would say without his tenacity and a little bit of invention there, I'd say most of that is on Trossard. He deserved his little bit of luck there at the end. Obviously, the other one. Yeah, the other one was really, really poor. Again, just which is what I'm to go back talking about how this can't really possibly happen again. Is to have one of the best centre halves in the world and the best goalkeeper in the world make a mistake like that. We picked a hell of a time to do it.
Yeah.
I think maybe part of this could be when McAllister spoke of what we've spoken about before. Basically, I'm kind of like a reverse new manager bounce. When the manager said he was leaving, there's a lot to this kind of, right, let's win it for Kloppo. Let's go out and win everything for Klopp, which is great. Like, but just wanting to do something and vibes isn't enough. You actually need to go out and win these games. So I think they may have gotten like a big push from that in the last couple of games. There was that kind of adrenaline, that kind of thing, but that's not going to last for 6 months either, or for 3 months. And I think we maybe got a bit of a come down off that yesterday when we weren't quite up for it, because it was hangover type thing. It did look like they'd all been out on the beer the night before, and Arsenal had been at a training camp for a week.
That's what I thought too.
I thought there has to be.
It felt like remember when we won the league. Remember when we won the league and you saw them out all like kind of like partying or kind of enjoying themselves, kind of like allowing for themselves to have like a drink or two. Obviously, when we won the league, and then basically that very next game, you could tell that they'd been out really partying and getting it in a little bit, and we. I think that was right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you see a Man City go out and win the league, and then the next 2 days later get bet 3-0 by Crystal Palace, and they're still laughing and joking on the pitch. Once those leagues are
yeah,
gone, you see the way that yeah, like Aaron said, the adrenaline dump. It has to go somewhere. It can't last forever. It's not
yeah,
an infinite resource. So I think
yeah.
an inquest on all levels. But yeah, like there was, with a couple of things did have to be pointed out. Some people are saying like, why did we change this? Why did we change that? Well, we needed an entire new right hand side because the kid's dad has died and he's gone to the funeral. I mean, why that needed to be explained to anybody, I don't know. Sabazai didn't play because he's injured. Why that needed to explain, I don't know. Nunez was
Yep,
injured, which meant we had to rejig the front line, which just meant we had someone
yep.
else on the right. That's why we had a completely different right hand side. Um,
Right.
what
Yep.
what players didn't play there, apart from Harvey Elliott in midfield, which is a fair shout.
It's a
Okay,
fair shout.
maybe that would have
Yeah,
been
which
a
I
fair
would have
shout.
played. I would have played
Yeah,
him. I would have played Elliott on the right because I like Elliott and Jones's
yeah.
work together.
I was
They
expecting
work and know each other well. Right.
it. Yeah, I was expecting it, man. That's kind of what I was thinking was going to happen when I knew. So, but anyway, that's not what happened. But
Right. But he
yeah,
wasn't.
not
But it
I'm not
wasn't
sure
like
what else we
Elliott.
could have
Yeah.
done.
Go
Yeah,
ahead. I'm
no, I'm
sorry.
not
Go
sure
ahead.
how many other. Yeah, did we have 6 guys on the bench that I've forgotten about?
Yeah.
I'm not really sure.
Exactly.
Like,
Right.
okay, so you could say play McConnell. He's okay, but this is Arsenal away, and that's another thing. We didn't. I know it, but it bears repeating. We didn't just get bet 3-0 by Fulham. Arsenal are not a bad. As much as you like to laugh and joke and take the piss, like they are a really good football team. It's
Mhm.
so if you don't play well, you're not going to get away with it.
Mhm.
They're not as good as their fans might think they are, but they're no mugs either. So that's why I just think I'm just so almost. It's like a rock bottom type situation. It's like, well, you can't play worse than that. So up, onwards and upwards.
Mhm. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
yeah, onwards and upwards. As in, there's some good comments here. Like KJ just said here. KJ says, we killed Grav as the right end, as the right eight when he's being groomed for that left-sided eight under Cujo. Grav can't play that Hendo slash Sabasili role. It's too much work for a not fully fit player. I will admit this though. I am somewhat concerned or wondering when Gravenberch is going to be up to. If he's not fit, like if he's not fit, I can understand it for the first couple of games and so. But if not, maybe he needs to have a conversation with Endo's nutritionist, or whoever that is, whoever is the cook for Endo, because he does have a cook like that. He brings like he actually
oh yeah,
has
they all
hires a
have their own.
nutrition.
Yeah, they
Right.
all have their
Normally,
own
a lot of them
chefs.
have their own. Yeah.
All this stuff. What
It's
a
not.
life!
It's not
What,
normally.
what a
It's
life!
not them sitting down with their wife. I mean, sometimes their wives are making the food, but I mean, like often the case is that they're not sitting down with the family and eating like you know KFC or something like that, or something along those
Yeah,
lines.
all the young guys, all the single guys, all the guys that don't have wives or don't. Yeah, a lot of them they can afford these guys. Like not maybe not like some have live-in chefs. I'm not the higher up guys, but the level of
Yeah,
yeah, they can have a sneaky thing here and there. But yeah, if you're on
yeah.
180 grand
At
a week,
least
you can,
enough that they could get the prep meals. Yeah, even
yeah,
if
I
they're not
see.
into like cooking themselves, they can at least get them so that the food prep meals and stuff.
I'll tell you what it is,
And
man.
I
I'll
wouldn't be
tell you what it
surprised
is.
if there's someone, even if they don't have it, Liverpool probably would provide it for them too, in one way or another if they needed it.
Yeah, yeah. I think what happens is when we play badly, people obviously look for a scapegoat or they look for a particular reason. And I think one of the things is that, and now this word that's been bandied about, lazy. I think Gravenberch has, because you were talking about Endo. I think Gravenberch has that style of play that when that it
Mhm.
looks a little bit laid back. It looks very well. It looks very laid back. He's not rushed because he's got quality. And if it's not coming off, it looks like he's not trying. Maybe it can be made to look that way because he doesn't run around like a lunatic. That's never been his game. It's never going to be his game. He's strong and he's
Mhm.
physical. And I think that's just something that people have picked up on. It's a very easy, I just think he's such an easy target at the moment because they want to blame someone, but
Yes,
they don't want to blame their
agreed.
favorite players. They
Mhm.
don't want to blame their favorite players, so they're just going to blame someone else or blame the manager. But it's one bloody game,
Yeah, yeah.
you know?
Well, what do you think about this statement by LC Aaron, which I think is which I can understand because I mean being compared to Pogba isn't exactly a knock because I thought Pogba was a great player by the way. Um,
Well,
but
that's what I'd ask Aaron. Does he mean
Pogba
good
esque,
Pogba or bad Pogba?
yeah, Pogba esque. I think also by Pogba esque, I think he's possibly even relating that more to his Manchester United spell, like his second spell with them at least,
Or
where it
the way
didn't
that
look
the
like,
fans talk about
yeah, less about
it?
like Pogba with, how about Pogba in the Prem, not Pogba with the French team, because Pogba with the French team looks engaged, looks looks
Different player.
very much so like uh, into the game, or just really putting extra effort into the game and trying to get a result. I think he definitely does so, but Manchester United Pogba, the Pogba that's like gonna like take cracks at unwanted cracks and try to hurt people the way like he did against against us, um
Look at the
that's
club
different
he was
story.
at. Look at the club he was at. The thing was going up in
Yeah.
flames. It wasn't just him. Like when he played for Juve in France, um, completely different player because they have built that French midfield around him. He had people behind him. He could do what he liked. He went to that United team and it was just this place a joke. And yeah, I think the fact that basically he was constantly called lazy, criticized for his haircuts, spending too much time doing non-football stuff or what. Anytime he did anything, and Christ, yeah, well, he did. He was a world record signing or a record signing, £89 million. So that was different for one of the biggest clubs on the planet. So
Mhm.
yeah, but
Yeah.
I get the comparison in terms of his language style and just the way he looks on the ball. But yeah, like I think that just does make him somebody that doesn't really want to say anything else but something negative. Can just look at that and go, ah, look, he doesn't even bother running. He strolls around the place.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like at times people, one, I'll say this, I don't like the lazy when he gets referenced as being lazy, because I don't necessarily think he's lazy. I think that's just
Oh,
his
nobody gets
demeanor.
into
Like,
talking.
yeah, you can't be lazy and like being if you're at that level, you've already passed being lazy.
Yeah, you're up at
You're already
6
beyond
in the
like that.
morning
Lazy,
having a
lazy is not a word that you should be using
yeah,
for any player at that level. Despite he might not be at the level of others at that level, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's lazy. Okay, because there's no way you
yeah.
get to that
Well,
that level ever being lazy.
no, you
Um,
don't get past under 14s.
yeah, exactly. So, and there's other connotations that go with that as well that I'm trying to ward against, as being the reasons why people might consider him to be lazy.
Oh,
But
I know, and that was something Rasta mentioned last night as well. Is that that's that is a dog whistle, as it were.
it is because there's like you see the play of others and they don't get referenced as being lazy, but yet like this particular individual ends up getting termed as being lazy, and you kind of go, why are you thinking that? Why are you saying that? And it's like one of those things where like it might not be from a bad place, but sometimes having that connotation out there can sometimes lead to that kind of subliminal connotation, and that's why I'm doing the best to ward against it. um
And like Red for Life is saying there, these Dutch players, they they're confident in their ability. They don't need to. They're chill like that. They don't need to run around
yeah,
like crazy.
yeah,
They never have. That's
yeah,
not how they're brought up to play football. If you're running around like an idiot,
it's not.
you're wasting time.
exactly. I mean, like, heck, we all know about the red light district and everything else in Amsterdam and how chill and laid back some of the things that you can get involved in that part of town. But
I'm not so chill.
yeah, exactly right. But when it comes to Dutch players, I've seen a couple of like knocks against Dutch players and this and that, and it's very interesting. Dutch players are some of the best players in the world. It's just because like it's very similar to the demeanor that you see with Virgil van Dijk. In my opinion, like Virgil van Dijk doesn't come off as if he's like rushed or if he's like or he's like so high energy. He seems very
Well,
very like in like
no,
cruise
yeah.
gear all the time.
If Virgil's house was on fire, he'd get his slippers
Oh,
and
Virgil,
grab
I
his.
said what I
He'd,
just said
he'd be
too. I see Virgil.
rolling out. He just,
Go
you know
ahead.
what I mean. The guy, there's nothing that's going to phase him. Like, he just doesn't get. Yeah, it doesn't get flustered. It's just not. It's part of his makeup to just not lose his cool. And when's that now? When they shout and they scream, when's the last time you ever saw Virgil do his not on fit, like properly
Yeah,
lose it? I've never seen him properly lose. And a lot of them do. A lot of them do.
yeah,
At
yeah,
some
yeah.
point they lose it. Virgil just gives some guy a look as if to say, F this stuff, yeah, I know what you're like. He just gives people the eyes and he says, I know what you did. You know what you did. You know that I know what you did. So but
Mhm.
I'm not even going to bother with you. I am not even going to bother with you. Like, that's what you need. And I think that's going to be one of Gravenberch's greatest assets is calmness, that serenity on the ball, and let the rest of it come because, yeah, like you said, different fitness stuff, bit of nutrition. Okay, Aaron. Yeah, Newcastle lost, but okay, yeah, this year I'm here to be corrected. Do you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah, but yeah, definitely, I think you're right in terms of, not turning himself into Canade, but definitely a bit of extra strength training, and I think you might see a different player because that might be something because this is a tough league, really, really physical league. So maybe that could be an issue.
Yeah, LC Aaron's got a good point too, and LC Aaron, I definitely didn't think that you're going under the pretense of what I was just what me and Brian were just talking about as when it comes to the lazy
Oh no,
commentation. No. But LC Aaron says this, which is a very, very good point too. It's also damn hard to play in a Klopp midfield. And I agree with that completely. I kept pointing out the fact that often we don't necessarily understand, much less comprehend completely or even remotely comprehend the nuances of this system that we're seeing before us. When we have an inverted halfback, we have a box four, we have a midfield box four, we have these rotating triangles on the side. Like it's like a finely tuned watch, in my opinion. Where like that, and like with a watch, there's all these different like um different little mechanisms that make the watch actually go. And if something is out of place, that watch doesn't work, and like it's one of
yeah,
those situations where like if the rotating triangles aren't working, then chances are the system is you're going to see flaws in the system, like cracks in the dam type deal. If you don't have that solidified number six, knowing or like the kind of play that we've seen from Endo or that we've seen from McAllister as of late, from that six, there's things that are going to break down in the system, and you're going to see why and how opportunities create themselves. If they're not holding that back line the way that they should, and there were times last game where, VVD got kind of caught out, like figuring out should he like hold the line or should he collapse on the closest player, for instance. And that was like one of the goals that ended up being a goal for them. It was like when those little things aren't really going inside that watch, in my opinion, that's when you get to see that, oh, okay, these opportunities are going to be presented for the opposition. That's at least in my opinion, and it deals from that midfield being more than just your normal connotation of what you expect the midfield to do. If you're Dom, and all of a sudden with that rotating triangle, for instance, where you're going to be rotating between Trent, who's in that inverted role, and Mo, there's portions of the time when you're playing like a right wing. There's portions where you're going to be playing like a right midfielder. There's portions where you're going to be possibly playing like a right wing back, and knowing you have to take in all those different roles is not an easy task for anyone, So, and then having the understanding of everyone around you and where they're supposed to be, it's not an easy affair, in my opinion.
I think.
Not to saying
I
that they
think.
can't handle it. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Go
think
ahead.
the only midfield that would be more mentally challenging would be a Guardiola midfield, just because of the amount of tactical information. Those guys get about 200 pages of information before every game. It's crazy. They have, but that's in a different way. Like, we do similar things, but before, a little bit before, this would have been, say, when we had the classic three-man midfield: Henderson, Genie, and Fabinho, or Henderson, Milner, Fabinho. It was more about the amount of work that you had to do, and more that was covering for Trent. And that's exactly right. We were talking about Dominic having to learn that role now to cover for
Mhm.
Trent, and seeing Dominic in the right back position at times. So that's what killed Gravenberch yesterday as well, was the fact that he was playing on the right hand side. So he was overloaded with information and jobs, and not being in it. Because I saw that as soon as I saw the team sheet, like, there's something wrong here. What's happened? Because that wouldn't be what
Mhm.
he'd want to do.
Mhm.
So it is, and I think I've described Klopp teams pretty much word for word exactly like that before. I think about a year ago, I think I said it's a pocket watch. When you look at the face,
Mhm.
it's just running smoothly. You just see the second hand going around really, really smoothly. You open up the back, there's 25 of these little gears, and you take one of them out, and everything just goes clunk, 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 and it looks horrible
Mhm.
and it looks awful. That's exactly what you were saying there. Like, great minds think alike. Do you know what I mean? It's like, that's what Klopp seems have always been: little gears that all need to mesh together properly. And if they don't, it can look pretty horrible. And I
Mhm.
think that's what we saw yesterday, was bits being kind of forced in to try and make it work and not working. And you know, it's got to be up there. I think Chelsea,
Yeah.
probably one of the best performances of the season. I
And then
reckon.
had
I
this,
reckon that was
yeah, to
the
have this
worst. I reckon
letdown.
that was the worst. Yeah, that's got to be up there. It really has to. So that's football. That is in a week, in the space of a week, you go from one to another.
Well, how about this then, Brian? Ozan's got a question for us both. For you to answer it first. He says, "Yo, 12th and Brian, does Wataru slot in right away and start at Burnley?"
If Wataru is fit and he's available, I that's a tough one, because McAllister has
It's a
done
tough
so well
question,
in
isn't
that
it?
fixture. Yeah, I
It's a
don't
tough
think I'd
question
drop
because
Matt.
if McAllister
Yeah,
was
I'd say
under the
no.
same levels before, maybe not. But like, it makes it even tougher
I'd say no.
considering McAllister is where he is.
Yeah, yeah, I'd say, on a short answer, I'd say no. He doesn't get right back in, if unless there's an injury issue. But if he did have to come
Mhm.
in and it meant McAllister played a bit further forward, but to me, I think, yeah. Does anybody in the chat actually know what the status on Szoboszlai's injury is? I mean, is he
I
definitely out?
don't. I can
Maybe out?
find out for you. I can find out as we speak. I can
Yeah,
find out for you.
because if he's out,
But
then Endo has a shout again. Sorry, getting back in.
oh, why do
You
you
know,
think? Oh, because you think maybe Maka plays the right side?
just do a bit of a rejig, maybe, if he's not happy with Gravenberch, or else you could have like, ideally you'd have, for me, to be Jones, McAllister, and Szoboszlai. And Ozan is saying he had heard it was the same hamstring. So yeah, we are gonna. Yeah, see, that just makes something like Endo wouldn't really be born to playing that right hand sided role. But if you wanted to put Jones over there, maybe, or put Elliott
Mhm.
there, and you could put McAllister on the left hand side and Endo in the middle. But I'm sure
Mhm.
Endo will get back in soon enough. But
I brought
Christ, yeah, no, that's not great, is it? Proper, he's done the same
no,
hamstring again.
yeah,
Uh,
that's concerning to me. That's definitely concerning. I'm bringing in Nilante to the forum here too. Big up Nilante. How are you doing? Maybe
Where's man?
he might be. Okay, he's on. Okay, good. Big up, big up. What are your feelings? Do you think Watoru gets right into the lineup, or do you think that he's going to be back into that? Let's wait and see. Let's use them in the rotation concept, right, as opposed to, oh, this guy is a starter and should be playing.
To be honest, 12, big up the chat as well. Well, you know what, 12, from day one, you stuck with your Japanese samurai man, when all of us, the majority were doubting him, obviously, understandably, the amount of DMs we had, you stuck with him. And, fair play to Endo. Before he went to the Asian Cup, he was doing well. He was getting settled and he was doing his thing. So, and that being said, and again, it's not a reaction to yesterday's game, and I'll get to my point, my game later while you and Brian discuss other matters. But I think we should just put him in. Why I say that is just the basic, honestly. As good as well as we've done, and as well as McAllister tried yesterday, we just need that DM to solidify things, to know his role, do what he needs to do, and then the rest of the team will flow. Now, it's worked to a certain extent, but at top games, we struggled in that space in the midfield. So if we can get Endo back in the form he was, and then we can decide who the two is, it's anyone's pick. So yeah, I will put him back in.
Okay, I don't think it's a bad shout, to be honest with you. But basically, what you and Brian especially said earlier about maybe utilizing, keep Cujo on the left, put Maka on the right, and then put Endo in that 6. If Dom is not available, that is, because I don't think that at this moment Gravenberch is up to the level that we need him to be in these, crucial games coming up. I'm not saying that he can't play any games. I'm not saying he can't, be as a reserve at this moment or whatever. But I agree. I would put Watoru back in, and I would put Maka in that right midfielder or that right 8 spot. And I think we'd possibly see a goal album or two.
And it is only Burnley as well. I'm not putting it down, but it is a good game to be able to,
to experiment.
To make the cup. Yeah, to make one. It won't kill us.
And that's another thing too, which is very, very, very funny and interesting too. Because I agree, it's something. I'm trying to think the best way to put it. It's very, very interesting how people wanted to somewhat drastically change this lineup, and I'm like, you don't. I mean, if it wasn't for the unfortunate circumstances that they faced, this lineup would have been. And I said it on Beijing Reds TV. I said this lineup was the easiest for me to pick because it was almost like you just automatically knew. The front line didn't have the options of Mo Salah, didn't have a fully fit option of Nunez. So you knew the front 3 is going to be, the back 4, I get that Robbo is back. I get that, that Gomez is playing well, but I also knew that, with Connor not being available for the reason he wasn't, that you definitely have to play Trent. There even if Connor was available, there's a pretty solid shout that Trent was going to play there anyway. So I just thought that this lineup was just very, very predictable to have picked. It wasn't predictable. The performance wasn't predictable, but definitely the lineup was. Let me rock through a couple of these other questions because there's a couple other questions for Brian and for the panel in general. The other question was, Brian, Verge can get heated, though. Remember the body check in the World Cup against the Argentine player who blasted the ball at the Dutch bench? Oh, I remember that, actually. I do remember that.
Yeah.
That was in the That was in the World Cup.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not a supercomputer. I don't remember every game, but it's kind of like my not my point was, but yeah, kind of what I meant was like, I barely ever remember it happening. It's not. He's not a Pepe. He's not a Ramos. You know, that's not. And like I saw a couple of people pointed out moments. I was like, yeah, I remember that. So it kind of shows that if he can remember that one or two times, you know, but he's not someone you would ever call a hot-headed player or a
or
fiery
even
character. You know, he's cool. Everyone
right,
talks about how cool he is, and that's the Virgil. You know, you play word
right,
association. Virgil van cool. Virgil van Dijk
yeah,
chilled. Virgil van Dijk calm. Not Virgil van Dijk lunatic. Virgil van Dijk
mhm,
nutcase. So
right,
it's yeah, but he does. Oh hell yeah! I wouldn't want him. I wouldn't want to get on his bad side. Tell you that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Let me also get this comment in. JK is going to be joining us, so I'm going to bring his comment up first. And he says Virgil uses his body shape to defend a lot, and sometimes it gives the opportunity sometimes it gives the opponent an opportunity to do something. Sometimes you got to just put a slide tackle or header in. I will admit that play that play of game or the run of play that we're talking or that I think he's referencing, which is the one where he allowed for the ball to bounce. I know that's like often most defenders are schooled in not allowing for the ball to bounce because then you give the opportunity for the offense to actually get involved in wherever that ball bounces to. I can understand that too, but yeah, that was just an unfortunate. I mean, like I said, all three goals, whether it was the first goal that Ali made an incredible save on Kai Havertz from a on a one-on-one, basically. He made a great save, and it just so happens that the rebound drops just perfectly, for Saka. And that's the first goal. The second goal, obviously with the Ali and VVD bumping somewhat into each other because he's trying to ward off the player, and it doesn't give enough room for Ali to just kind of clear it. Maybe he should have cleared it, as I spoke of earlier, but that ends up being a gimme goal from two players that you don't expect that kind of miscommunication from. They usually have telepathic style communication. And then the third goal being, again, a deflected shot. First off, that wasn't a clean shot. It got deflected from Trossard, but Trossard made good work by getting the space and being able to get the shot off, period. And then to go through the 5-hole or go through, that's like I don't know if that's like a hockey reference, but they go through the legs basically to nutmeg Ali. In essence, you can't get beat there as a goalkeeper. The last thing you want to do is ever get beat, by a nutmeg. That is just, again, a weird circumstances that you rarely see happen to our goalkeeper, especially. So that's like 3 goals that were kind of like, oh wow, like disappointing, But we got a weird goal too. I referenced it as being Arsenal playing basketball, once again playing basketball, but this time it amounted to a goal. They like using their hands when they play against us, apparently. But all good, all the same. Last comment here is, do you guys, so the question is from Dustin. He says, do you guys think if Konate doesn't get what he thinks was a red, would we have scored some crazy, miracle goal that we normally or have been able to find as of late? What do you think?
I don't know.
What do you think, Brent?
Honestly, I don't know. I can't answer that question. Would we? No, I have absolutely no idea. On it, sorry, Dustin. I cannot ask. Ask a psychic.
Yeah. How about you, Nalante? Do you think we're holding? Well, one, do you think that we're holding them off from scoring? Period. I mean, it's not easy to go fight with 10 men. We've had to do it before. Obviously, we got results.
Of defending them. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, better chance of them not scoring. Yeah, of course. But whether
Yeah.
it would have mean scoring, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. How about this too? Obviously, Aaron says Gravenberch can play cup games and come on as a sub in the league, but that's it basically. I think that's what he's relegating him to, or thinking that's where his level is. I love the fact there's been such a renewed, but the chat for that supports this channel has pretty much been endeared to Endo, and a good number of them have been so positive of Endo supporters and everything. But it is definitely reassuring nowadays when we see people actually looking forward to Endo playing. A lot of people were, not a lot, but there were those people out there that were like, what's Endo even doing on this team? And and they're kind of finally seeing, the importance of what he can provide for us. It's pretty interesting to see.
Every time someone says Endo, every time someone says Endo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anytime anyone mentions them, anytime, like, I immediately think of, the guy that's on the Japanese team and has like that, like the World War II look. His head is like shaved bald, and he looks like one of those, he's always like, that's always like in a Japanese war movie. You know the guy I mean? He looks like a kind of a samurai man, but he's got that, like, he's got the properly shaved bald head, like cultural razor shave, and it's really shiny. I always think of him when someone says Endo. I still don't think of Endo as the Endo that he actually looks like. Whenever he runs out on the pitch, I still half expect him to be bald. I was kind of a little disappointed that we weren't getting that guy, to be honest with you, because he looks cool. He looks crazy. I would not want to go up against him in midfield. I was genuinely a little bit disappointed that that's not the guy we were getting. But that's just, yeah. Don't worry about it.
I understand. Nalate, are you looking forward to? What's that, Brian? Can I finish your thought?
Sorry, that guy's just really intimidating.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. I was watching. What was it that I was watching? I was watching our best. It was like a highlight reel of our best goals against Arsenal.
There's been some bangers.
What's that?
There's been some bangers. 12.
Yeah. Because I mean, that's maybe that's why I was a little bit more optimistic about our chances, because I was looking at some of the goals that we scored against them at the Emirates. At least the goals we scored at the Emirates, and it was like, I think it was like the 10 best goals. I think it was the clips, and it was some really great goals in that montage. But anyway, we move. There was a really good question here, and I wanted to bring it up. It was by obviously Aaron. Hopefully I started it. Yeah. Here's a question for you guys, and then we're gonna get into these ratings. I don't know if JK is going to be joining us or not, but I was holding off a little bit for JK to join us. But the question is for 12th man, Brian, in the chat: would you like the new manager to play with a number 10 in our formation? Brian, you want to answer that first, and then Nalante?
I don't think there's too many left. It's a position that's pretty much faded away now, and the very best used to do it don't really. It's a position that's kind of disappeared a little bit. It may come back, but the conditions that made great number 10s are a lot to do with society and things like that. Don't exist anymore. Not that they don't exist, but a lot of these kids get overtrained younger. You get fewer and fewer of these little mavericks and little number 10s, because the idea that a guy like that a lot of your attacking play would go through one guy is really kind of an anathema to what a lot of modern coaches think, that it's all about team and it's all about positional play and things like that. The era of the number 10 is probably my favorite era of football, when we had players like that. Some of the when you go through a list of the top 20 players of all time, a lot of them will have played number 10s or been number 10s or could have played as a number 10. They're always, a lot of them are that type of football. So as much as I would love it, I think it's, again, you'd be sort of saying, if you had a number 10 who was, say, a Raquelme, who was just so good that he could run everything, well, what do you do when he's out for 3 months with an ankle injury? So it's hard to build a team around one guy like that. It doesn't. It's more easy at international football to do something like that, because you can only have him for a short time and short competitions. You can play, you play your main guy. Again, I just don't like, Alonso plays at the moment, is playing a 3-4-2-1 formation. Previously to that, he's played 4-3-3. He's played 4-2-3-1. A version of 4-2-3. So he's going to be adaptable. I think he'll look at the players we have. And so that was a long answer. The short answer is, as much as I would love us to have a Raquel or a Pablo Aimar, I mean, this, like I said, these are my guys. I just think those days are a little bit gone. You can play with a 10. You can kind of play with a 10 by having basically a midfield 3 who one of them is box. Yeah, one of them is a box midfielder who can do a lot. One of them is a holder, and the other is your creative guy that back into basically a Sabozlai, who would be a modern number 10 in a number 8 role, something like that. But yeah, I just don't think it's. I just don't think it's there. I don't think the players are there, and I don't think that the modern way of seeing the game has these players in mind. Even a Madison, Ange Postecoglou comes in, gives Madison a free role at Tottenham for a while. You could some players, some things. It's not out there, but do I see us doing it? Don't know. I don't. Yeah. I'd say no. No. Yeah, I'd go with it. Yeah, I back myself after what I just said. Surely, I'd have to say no. No, we won't do it.
How about you, Nilante?
Yeah, very cool, Brian. To be honest, it just depends on who the manager is. That's my concern. And let's just say, for example, it's Sabi. He, with his Leverkusen team, he plays flexibility with a 10. So, the 3-4-2-1, or sometimes he switches up different formations. So if it's him, I see a 10 in a row in the role. So yeah, so I think it can happen. To be honest, it just really depends who the manager is. That's all it is for me. Because we've got players that can do the 10 and can do 2 holding. So yeah, it's all about the manager, really.
Okay. I don't know if we're going to be doing updates. Well, since LC Aaron just put it in the chat, because normally I try to say don't do updates. I know people like to watch these games.
Yeah, we never listen.
But any positive news about City, I don't want to get too hopped up and too jacked up on them being down or being up against City.
No,
let's wait to that. Yeah. Let's wait to that final whistle blows before we get pretty crazy. So, but hey, like I said, I'll take a draw. I will gladly take a draw. Much less. I mean, if they get a win, that'd be great. But I'll take a draw too. So it is what it is. And oh wow, of all people, that is. I mean, you know what's kind of crazy though? Maupay, right? I think that's how you pronounce his name, right? He is a good player. I think.
He isn't.
He used to play for Brighton, right? He was the Brighton guy, right?
Well, yeah, but he was actually at Brentford before. He's been absolutely tragic everywhere apart from Brentford.
Yeah.
He's been he kind of is
a
bad player. No, so I don't like him. It's
I thought he was good at. I thought he was good at Brighton. That's why I was saying.
It's okay. Yeah, he's okay, but he's fairly big. But I'll let.
He's one of those like emotional play. Like as he gets, you can tell that he really gets involved. A lot of emotion. He has a lot of emotions wrapped up with him when it comes to his handling of his play on the pitch.
Definitely seems to like playing for Brentford anyway.
Yeah,
he's He's a bit of a scumbag player, but he's one that we love to have in your team. That's what he is.
All
He's
right,
a bit of a scumbag.
there you go.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Don't put anything lightly. Don't ever put anything lightly, Nilante.
yeah.
I
Just the
got you.
truth. Yeah,
Just
just the truth. Yeah, man. Yeah.
That's all we ask for.
Yeah.
JK, welcome to the panel here. We still got some fun left in this episode. I know it's 1:20, so I will be dilating in a little bit more so we can get through these ratings and kind of like give a little final thoughts on what we kind of thought about the game and what we think about the rest of the season type what with our next couple of fixtures. But big up, JK. How are you?
I'm cool, bro. I hope you guys are cool, Brian. Nalante.
Oh, JK.
Man.
Yeah, big up, JK. As always, man. Big up.
Bless, bro.
All right. So, do you guys want to do these ratings with me? Is that cool? Would you guys be down?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. And also, just you don't have to. I know sometimes the numbers can be what they are in other people's head. Like they hear 5, it's like that's usually like that could be average, but to someone, but not average to another. So just tell me above average, average. That'll make it easier. Below average, that kind of failing, that kind of thing. All right. So this so we know. So we're all on the same line. We get some proper ratings in here for these guys. And that goes to the chat too, you guys. That goes to the chat as well. Let's get these ratings in. All right, let's bring this up. I'm gonna bring it up. Let's say because I put in it was very telling what we had to do with what everything that was going down. I'm gonna switch it up here though. I'm gonna bring it over here like this. Okay. All right, guys. So let's just start off with Ali. Let's just start. Big up Asian Pops LFC. Asian Pops had my back yesterday when I was in the forum. Going up against Quasi and Zabiri, and I'm trying to think who else was on the panel. I think it was K.
I was on the show. Yeah, I was on the show after with you last night as well. After K-Mac checked out, I was on. That was and Isaac was in. So you and Isaac were getting into it.
Yeah,
pretty
yeah,
good.
Yeah.
Pretty entertaining. Yeah. It's good stuff. He's a good guy, man. He's he's a good guy. It was good. Yeah, it was a good debate.
Yeah. I don't, it's not often that I meet that many gooners that I actually can respect or even like, but he's one of them. And it's big up to him. Big up to Isaac, who didn't hide. Obviously, it's a lot easier not to hide when you win, but he made a point. I didn't hide, and Brian and the rest of us didn't hide either yesterday. We came out, got our lashings, and kept it moving. But yeah, no, big up to Beijing Pops on my explanations as to about like to Zabiri's question about the salary wages or something like that. I think it was something along those lines. But let's just stay focused here. Let's stay focused. I want to go into the rating for Ali. What do you guys have? We'll go. We'll just go down the line. We'll go Brian, Nalante, and then JK, and then I'll give my rating. Brian, what's your rating for Ali? And then in the chat, please do include your ratings as well. Tell me if you thought it was an average, below average, failing grade, above average. If you thought he was top tier, wherever you think, And then we'll pick from that top tier to pick the man of the match. Most likely, it's not going to be anyone from Liverpool. So go ahead.
Oh man, oh that's funny. You might need to expand some of these tiers down there. I think they're going to. I think that some of them are going to start getting pretty busy pretty quickly. Ali, I'm sorry, Ali. That was a fail. It was a bad performance, but that that Meg kind of sealed it. So he would easily be a 5. So sorry, Ali, that's a fail, man.
Okay. Okay. Nalante, your rating on Ali yesterday?
Fail. Just
Fail.
poor from Ali. That's not the goalkeeper we know. He weren't great
Yeah.
at all yesterday. Off day, but fail.
Okay. JK.
I would go also with Alisson, bro. I have to give him a 3 out of 5. 3 out of 10. Sorry.
Oh, 3 out of 10. Okay. 3 out
Yeah,
of 5
I
is
think
a lot better. That's a rating. That's still below
that'd be 8
average
out of
rating.
10. That'd be 8 out of 10. Yeah, but all in all, it was just one of those games for him. Maybe overcomplicated it when running out like a madman just let out of prison or something. You know, when he was going for that ball with Virgil, I was like, "Where's he going?" So for me, yeah, he has to be a fail, bro. 100%.
Yeah. I honestly gave him below average. Which is that's honesty. That's wow. That's kind to give him below average. Keep it real gave him a failing grade of a 5. KJ gave him a 4, which is not a failing grade. So I always think if you're getting a 5, who cares if you get a 4, a 3, a 2? You know, it's all failing. There's nothing great about it. So I'm gonna keep. Go ahead.
Big up Uncle Rod in the chat.
Oh, Uncle Rod's in the chat. Get out.
Yeah,
Oh,
big up
Uncle Rod.
Mm.
Big up Uncle Rod's. Yeah, Uncle Rod's. If you want, you're more than welcome to join the panel if you got time. He says, Uncle Rod says, Arsenal fan going on like they just won the Champions League. No, the reaction, like I will understand. I'm not one that like really poo-poo on people's, happiness and everything else. I understand it. You can get kind of lost and in the emotions, but it's like it's kind of like what's the right back for the Spurs? Pedro Porro, right?
Yeah.
That's his name, right? It's kind of like his reaction when he took his jersey off and he was waving in the air like he had just scored. It's the same thing when I saw Arteta reacting the way he reacted. I was like, okay, bro.
Well, let's not veer too close to celebration, please, Terry. Yeah,
oh, I know. I'm not getting there. I'm not going to go there because I know Klopp's got his Klopp goes there too. So I get that.
Exactly. I saw Arteta do nothing yesterday that we wouldn't have had Liverpool fans, creaming themselves over Klopp. Porro getting that thing against Liverpool. Look, man, that's a big game. A player on the pitch wants to take his shirt off. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. I've never scored a goal in the Premier League. I wouldn't mind finding out what it feels like. If you want to criticize me for taking my shirt off, I got yellow card.
But he didn't score. It was an own goal. It was
I know, but he made the winner. I mean, look, man, these things are you talk about this all the time, man. These things are purely emotion driven. It's not like he sat down before the game and made. It's like in the moment, lost it a little bit. Who's gonna criticize it? We've all. Hey, like I say, it's the fans that I criticize in terms of over celebration, not the guys on the pitch so much. But yeah, if you're still on the pitch 10 minutes later doing meme stuff, well, that can get in the bin.
Well, yeah, and that's what they did. They did a lap around the stadium, man, in that Spurs match, as if they.
I know they love it. They love it. They love it, man. They love a lap of ball.
That was just
everyone loves a lap of ball.
But anyways, let's get back to the unfortunates of what we need to take care of here, which is again like the ratings. Let's move on to Joey G. How do you guys feel about Joey G? In the chat, how you guys feel about Joey G and his performance at left back? I know that he had to go over and play right back, but we're just gonna obviously reference his play at left back or his play yesterday. What were you feeling about Joey G's performance yesterday? Brian, you want to go first again?
Oh, we're going that way. I'd still put him in the below average category because I know he probably was one of our better players, but like there's none of them getting away with it because even the attitude, the just the quality, the overall quality. Like he's part of it. You know, everyone is part of it. Like this is such a like this is. Can we just put everyone in fail for me? You know what I mean? But they were all. But some of them weren't that bad. But I think Joey is probably as good as it's going to get for me, and I'm still going to give him below average.
Yeah. Yeah, keep it real. I know they were really having a good time with it. Odegaard was like taking pictures and stuff. I know. I saw that too. But keep it real gave him a 5.5. Dustin gave him a 7. Honesty gave him a 5.5, maybe a 6. And then KJ gave him a 7. What's your rating, Nolante? What did you feel Joey deserved yesterday?
I hear what Brian's saying, but I disagree with him. I thought again.
Let's say that one more time. What'd you have him at?
Above average.
Oh, you have him above average.
Yeah, I mean, I get what Brian's saying. I get what Brian's saying, but at the end of the day, if a player does his job on the pitch, and if we lose, we can't. We're focusing on individual rating, not the team performance. So I thought Joey was solid. He did what he had to do. He held his line, and he was solid. And he had to change positions again. I thought he was solid for us. I mean, it's only one of a few, one or two that can hold the held up at that game. But that's just my opinion. So, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You're
welcome to it.
I don't think he was above below average for me.
Yeah, so, that's an outlier, but I mean, like, ask your question again, Brian.
Want to fight about it?
How are we gonna fight about this, bro? What do you want to do? Cards? Do you want to do chess?
We got one of them boxing games.
I want rock paper scissors. Rock paper scissors.
Crossman can get one of them boxing games. We can go out.
That's fine.
So,
yeah,
that's fair enough. That's a good way to sell it, right?
Above average. I like. Yeah, I'm with you in terms of he played well, and you were saying. So you're kind of taking him away from the team performance to give him above average, and I'm just looking at it, because it's just my way of looking at it, and yours is it's just interesting because I'm just going, but I'm still tagging him to that team. And I'm maybe being a bit harsh. I am. I'll say I am being harsh because I'm just saying I'm not giving any of them already, no matter how well they played, because all of them played so bad. But if I was being honest, I would have given average, but I'm being harsh.
Okay.
Being harsh.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough, right?
Yeah. I'll say
maybe
this
a bit
news honesty till the end. That looks. I don't even know what to say about that.
Yeah,
Philip
I'll believe you when I see it.
Yeah. Philip gives him a 6. How about you, JK? What were you giving Joey yesterday?
I think when the team lets no goals in, gets a clean sheet, every defender gets a 7 or 8. So I think yesterday's the calamities we had in the defense sort of put a shine on the defense and the midfield altogether. So for me, Gomez just an average 5. I think at the start of the game he wasn't smooth as he normally can be. So he was a little bit thingy, but out of the defenders, he was probably one of the best out of the 4 anyway. But all in all, I just think the defense was very below average. So for me, Gomez will get the average because he was the best out of the 4.
Okay, so I got an 8 from Nolante. Brian gave him you gave him a 6 or a 5?
5 would put him in fail.
Yeah.
And I put him in below average. So I give him the 6. Yeah.
JK, you're giving him a 6?
No, I'm gonna give him a 5.
5.
Oh, give him a 5. Okay. And I got a 7, got a 5, maybe a 6, maybe a 6. A lot of 6s. I'll put him in below average. He could be close to. I didn't like the fact that that yellow was a tactical foul, I guess, but he did get a yellow card too, though. But it is what it is. Let's move on to Virgil.
Think he needed to do that.
What's that?
I just thought.
No.
Yeah, that.
Oh no, you're stupid.
But okay.
Yeah, that Gomez. Yeah, no, that. But it was you're looking and going, Joey, what the hell are you doing? There's two other defenders in front.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, that I
Yeah,
It
agree
was.
with. But,
that was a bad.
I'm gonna see.
I mean, he didn't have to do it, but I guess it was in some way, in one way or another. I guess it was in his mind tactical. I would assume.
Yeah, that was not a tactical. That was just it was a tactical foul when you didn't need to play one.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Common sense
yeah. That's
sometimes
why I was
lacking
like, he
in
could have got a
decisions, you
fail.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just feel
yeah,
that sometimes Kanate and any defender, common sense, just one little mistake have a big effect on the game. And I think like Kanate's card yesterday, two slightly mistaken moves and stuff, and he got the red card. You know, so he'll be missing for a game, but he didn't really need that, do we?
yeah, yeah. How about then we'll go, JK, tell me what you thought for Virgil.
Oh,
It's going. I know. A lot of these ratings hurt to say. This is one of the this game is definitely harsh to remember back when you think about these plays. And
yeah,
trust me, I had to watch this game over last night to make sure that I got a better perspective on the game. It didn't bring any solace that way either to it.
Okay, I'll go with Virgil. Like in all the years I've seen Virgil play with us, I've respected his game, and I think, you know what, after all them games he's gave us, he can afford to have a game like yesterday. I think that was his worst game ever in a Liverpool shirt, and I just feel when he gets the ball, when he's defending a guy coming into him, I feel that he waits for them to make the mistake. He uses his body to guide them in which way he wants them to go. And I think yesterday he made the mistake by not going to meet that ball with his head. But so tomorrow, for yesterday's game, I'm giving him a 3, bro.
A 3.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. The little algorithm, the little stat algorithm thing app that I use actually had Virgil, despite that mess up, being the highest rated person in the back line, to be honest. But that's just off of stats. That's not off of like actual eye test. So let's keep that in mind.
I was thinking that.
So yeah. So Nilante, you gave him a fail. I got JK gave him a failing grade. Nilante, what would you say?
Oh, he was horrible yesterday, Phil. I mean, yeah, like JK said, he's had some stinkers last season as well. To be fair, that was one of his worst seasons. But yeah, that game, there was no leadership. He was all over the place, and he weren't great. And to sum it all, losing the ball to Martinelli, who you tower over and you got body strength. Yeah, that was not great. So yeah, Phil.
Yeah. Brian, Phil, great, I guess, from you too.
Yeah, at best below average. So the thing at the end, yeah, I like he came out afterward and said, yeah, I messed that up. But you could see him staring at Allison the whole time. So obviously they'd made
Good point.
They'd made some kind of agreement. You could tell that it was either a shout or a call where the only reason Virgil didn't go to clear that was because Allison said, that's mine. Watch the body language, he's staring at Allison. So whatever Allison was supposed to do didn't happen. Now Savage said he clipped Virgil when he went to kick the ball.
He did.
When he went to clear it.
He did.
Now, all of that is fine, but I'm with the guys. Like, if that's what they decided to do afterwards, okay, then fine, then execute properly. But yeah, that should not have been the decision. Like, the decision should have been Virgil, just get rid of it. Don't let it bounce. I agree with
don't let it bounce,
yeah, just get rid of it. Don't come. Yeah, and you could see him holding off Martinelli, going, just waiting for Ali to clear it. Whereas no, they should have. Once, like I say, once they made that decision, okay, fine. It's very kind of high level football. Like, no, we're not just going to clear it. I'm going to hold him off. Ali's going to come out. Like, nah, sometimes just get rid. It's away at Arsenal. And he probably said something along the lines of, I'm not going to make that mistake again. That won't happen again. I think it was a communication breakdown. Or, well, no, it was poor decision making between the two of them. Virgil should be like, no, I'm the captain. I should probably get rid of this. And no, it could put it out for a throw in, and nobody's talking about anything. So it's
No,
it's
right.
like the lads were saying, if that's not, he's had a couple of shaky ones for us before, but most of those would have been coming back from the injury. So a fully fit Burge like he is now and back to his best like he was, yeah, I'd go along with probably one of his worst, if not his worst game for us. So
Mm.
yeah, gotta be
Honestly,
fail, I suppose.
saying
Gotta be fail.
gotta be fail.
It's
Yeah.
like if you go to
And
work, you know, if you
honestly
go.
says. Okay, go ahead, JK.
No, I was just gonna say, like when you're in a job and you're gonna have days where you might be late for work. It happens, you know. Certain things happen. It's like yesterday, Virgil was late for work. Kind of flow,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I think he wasn't late for work. I think unfortunately Virgil was kind of like a part of Virgil was still at home for work. You know, or whatever. He didn't bring
Yeah.
all of Virgil to the pitch today.
He'll be getting a written warning.
Yeah. Honesty says the Belgian commentator said the Martinelli goal is on VVD because Ali was about to kick the ball away, but VVD was in his way. And if Ali kicked the ball, he would have kicked VVD's head off. Yeah, he did clip him, and it was just a calamity of errors basically that led up to that, in my opinion. All right, then let's rock through the back line. Let's just get to the back line real quick then. Ibu. I think that unfortunately for Ibu, who was having an okay game up to certain points, I just think Ibu, and there are some out there I've seen that have given Ibu more credit than it's worth. But you're on a yellow. You already know that anything that, especially in today's game, anything that happens, the smallest of infractions, you're probably getting a second yellow from. And especially when you're dealing with Kai Havertz, that if the wind blows the wrong way, can knock over Kai Havertz. Apparently, he's always looking for. He tries to. That dude just should be wearing Speedos when he plays, rather than actual football shorts. But yeah, Kanate, Nalante. What are you going to rate Kanate at?
Well, like I said, if Joey's below average, then he's definitely your fail Kanate, 100%. For me, he don't get me wrong, he made one or two good challenges in the game, but he was sloppy. His movement for the first goal, he played Havertz on, and just throughout the game, he was just off it as well, little bits, and then coincided with the red cards, that just kind of summed up his day. So yeah, fail.
Okay, Brian.
Yeah, the maths is pretty easy on it. He wasn't having the world's best game. He wasn't having the worst game ever, I suppose. But then he went and got sent off. So, yeah, he was having a slightly below average game, and then he got himself sent off. So it's
Right.
100%. It's he's more of a 5 fail because they weren't stupid. They were just clumsy things. He's not a 2 or anything, but he's. Yeah.
And this is why I'm saying it's kind of interesting. Because for instance, Honesty said, "Les France bis Ibu." I guess he's trying to go French. I'm trying to do the best to give you the French interpretation of it. Les Français bis, you don't say Les French. You don't say Les French, but I get what you're saying. I get what you're trying to say. Les Français bis Ibu 7. Again, nope. I'm still trying to pick up. I'm trying to touch up on my French. He had him at a 7, and that's what I mean. Like, it's interesting. Kanate, in Dustin's mind, was an 8, above average. Just didn't deserve. The Reds was not deserving in his mind. He said both yellows just weren't yellows. Okay. But Beijing Pop, for instance, is under the pretense that all of us are under. I take it, which is he failed miserably. I think that he did. I think ultimately, if your partner back there, the center back partner is not playing up to his level, then you've got to raise your level that much higher to compensate, and it just wasn't the case. What were your thoughts, JK? And I'm going to read out that
Yeah,
after. Okay.
For me, Canate, lack of common sense moments cost him the red card, cost us the game, all in all the defense. But Canate,
Yeah.
better than Virgil, 100% better than Virgil. So I'll give him a 5 as well, bro.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's safe to say we should keep him to 5 or keep him to fail, because you know what? You're right. Once I think all of us, or a good number of us at least, had a little bit of an inkling of hope that we would possibly squeak out some type of result from this game. You know, like maybe get like another goal from you know, who I get against Arsenal, who I thought who were going to eventually tire somewhat. But man, when he got that second yellow and it ended up being a red, that kind of deflated all hopes of us getting any type of result from this game. In my mind, it was, and that's not often that you say that about any Reds team. KJ has him as 6. Okay, we got to keep him to fail. I think that's just safe to say. How about for Trent? Trent returned yesterday to action for our team. There's those out there that were saying that Trent should have to fight for his position, or that Trent should just be now moved into the midfield completely and not play right back at all for us. I'm not in that camp, by the way. I'm adamantly not in that camp. But let me make sure I get Nalante back in here. But how are you feeling about Trent yesterday, Nalante? How are you feeling about Trent? What kind of rating would you give Trent?
Fail.
I know. Don't give me any easy ones, huh?
No, I'm sorry. Just look, and I'll just be brief because I know the guys of they're gonna Brian and JK will say their best. I'll just be brief with Trent. Look, we all know Trent is a quality footballer, yeah. Okay, everyone in this chat knows this is a quality footballer, but I'm sorry. And look, yes, Trent can defend to a certain extent, yes, but listen, you played the role since 2017, and I keep reiterating myself. He doesn't do the basics of simple defending. It's not like every time he's beaten by skill, just certain basic defensive instructions. He's just not with it, and to be honest, I'm getting tired of it. And he gets away with a lot, Trent, and he weren't great yesterday at all. It wasn't just the defensive side. He's obviously the attacking side. He weren't great. Only at the end when Klopp made the switch, he put some balls in which weren't Trent balls, and he was right to be coming off. So it's just a straight fail, and we have to stop. He just needs to be pushing midfield now. I know the midfield is stacked, but it's just the time is now, because just defensively he's always the same, and I'm just getting sick of it. So fail. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. JK, you're up. You're up.
We're at the time. Yeah, when you look at Trent as a player, he's played this season pretty well. We were top of the league. So, but I just feel that there's more in that guy that we haven't seen yet, and I feel this topic of the right back, should he go into midfield, topic is doing my head in. I think at the end of the day, it's up to the manager and the player himself where he wants to play the game, you know. For me, he's too good to play at right back, but I also feel that sometimes he isn't as he could be quicker on his toes when he makes his decisions, you know. I feel that he's just a little bit lackluster sometimes, but all in all, he's world class as a player. We just need to decide where we're going to play the guy in the future. It's a very important question that needs answering. So I'm going to give him for yesterday's game. I'm going to give him a 4 as well. 4, 5. You know.
Okay. Still fail. Yeah. I always say it like this: like if it's a 5, it's a fail. It's a 4, it's a fail. Yeah. Like if you're getting any, like it's one of those things. Some people are like, oh, you should have like subcategories of like types of fails, and I'm like, what's the purpose? You know, like if you're a failure, it's not like, oh, you're a good failure or you're a bad failure. You're a failure. Period. That's bad. So it is what it is. Brian, what are your ratings for Trent yesterday? How are you feeling about Trent? You can just get it off your chest now. I know it's necessary.
harsh times at 12th man high, eh? If you're a failure, or a failure. You
You're
know?
a failure. You're a failure.
Facts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know.
nothing but,
I know. You
yeah,
can tell I don't
you
have any
know?
children, right? You can tell I don't have any children
Yeah,
because that would be hard.
yeah, yeah.
That'd be harsh. Like,
Look, I think
come home to your report card.
what
They're like,
Nilante,
you're a failure.
You're a failure.
what Nilante said needs to be respected, because it's what a lot of fans think and have been saying, but it's just that Nilante puts it in a lot more human terms and a lot less crazy terms, where
Mhm.
the guy has always been at best a problem. Like it's not. So I'm sure someone else is gone, but when I talk about Trent, I say he's a problem and he's a solution, right? And that is something that not many managers have to deal with. Jurgen Klopp has had it since he's come in. It's how to get the best out of Trent Alexander-Arnold, while it's also getting the best out of your team. And I think it's one of his most underrated jobs that he's done, is to get this guy in a position where we can do that. But he's always needed bodyguards and minders when he goes wander. So I don't think it's something that the new manager, because all this talk about we should do this and we should do that, it's pretty much moot now, because there's a new guy coming in less than 3 months, and Jurgen Klopp ain't changing anything fundamentally. He's not going to start going, you know what, I think we might start and play a 3-5-2. It's like, no, he's got 4 trophies to win and about 5 minutes left to do it. They're not changing things. They're going to play inverted with Trent. They're going to play what we do now, front three, high press. They're not going to change fundamentally the tactics. So this is what we are. Yeah, I think it's kind of annoying. He's so good, you have to play him, but he creates so much issues. Would you call them issues around him? I don't want to call them problems, but things that need to be accounted for and solved. So he's like Jake Hernandez said, he's a world-class footballer. On his day, he can destroy teams. So it's like I said, it's a solution and a problem for the next manager to go ahead. I can't not play this guy, but it's not like, oh well, you just put him there or you just put him here. Like, okay, how do I get him? Where do I play? What do I do? So it means you have to have a good centre half behind him. You have to go people be in front of him and beside him. All these things. And then, so yesterday, I think we've seen what happens when we just play with an orthodox fullback, a normal attacking fullback that doesn't invert, and people are like, oh, that was really fun. Remember that when Trent used to do that? And we didn't make it always really complicated. So yesterday was one of those games where just Trent is, I give him a point for the fact he's coming back from injury.
Yeah.
But
people
other than that,
too. Yeah.
Yeah, other than that, I don't see what he offered. But I don't think, basically, I just want to say what Nilante is saying, agree with it fully. But I don't think he's 25. These questions are never going away. This is him. This is Trent Alexander-Arnold. He's going to be the same when he's 30. There's people still going to be saying, well, how do you get him into it? Where does he play? It's not like in a couple of years' time. He's going to be playing in central midfield. I'm sorry, I know I'm going on about this, so I'll just leave it at that. I just think this is always going to be Trent.
Yeah, it's gonna haunt him or not haunt him, but like as in, be carried with him wherever he goes. But I mean,
did you see that cross he
there's
did?
some comments. No one was saying where were all these people saying like Trent can't play right back in 2018 to 2020, basically.
Yeah, but his game is
AJ. Sorry, JK, you go on. Sorry, my friend.
No, bro, carry on. Say what
Sorry, JK. I just wanted to rebuttal you saying where are these people saying. It's not the fact where these people saying. He's been like that. The difference is between that team, we had the midfield that could what's the word solidate, so it's like just protect him and guide him. That is the thing, JK. You have to understand that when you got a midfield of Hendo Genie that can do an all-round job and then can work the channels, Trent was allowed to do what he had to do. And the fact that at that time he was okay at defending. I wouldn't say, like I said, I'm not going to say he's great, but he's okay. But like I said, when you're a professional footballer, it's just basic stuff. We're not saying Trent has to be some over class defender. And again, the three of you can what Brian said, I love that saying about Trent, solution and problem. And that's what he is. If you're on the halfway line and a man's going to basically spin around and go past you and you just kind of let him go, that's basic defending. And that's the problem with Trent. So in answer to JK's thing, you think about the team we had, the midfield that protected him in regards to that. But sorry, continue.
KJ,
You know,
KJ,
but then couldn't.
okay.
Yeah, Brian. Say
No,
KJ,
I was just saying. Yeah,
KJ.
he was replying. Just in case JK thought he was replying to him, he was replying to KJ in the chat.
KJ, not JK.
Yeah, not
KJ.
JK. No, not JK. No.
Right. No. I was just gonna say. I mean, there are some. I can understand your points and everything, and as well, like 2018, 2019. What people talk about the Hendo role and everything else with him, and I can get that, and I can understand that. That Hendo possibly, having the best DM in the world, possibly at the time, at least next to you, and then also having Hendo do like the extra like grunt work and everything else to try to like cover the paper over the cracks, as they call it, for the the inadequacies.
Bodyguard. That's all it was. Just
His
bodyguard.
bodyguard, in essence, yeah.
Just bodyguard.
To allow him to go track forward so much.
Yeah. And that was one of the best things about Henderson's mentality. Sorry, like another top player would have said, I'm not babysitting that kid. I'm a top player. I want to do my own thing. Henderson was like, yeah, cool. I'll work the team, whatever.
Yeah. Well, I think Trent and Dom do have a great relationship, by the way. You can tell that they actively enjoy like the interactions that you see are very, very like, very, very like pleasant to see. You can tell that they kind of enjoy, hamming it up with each other type thing. And I mean, hamming it up meaning like having fun with each other, cracking jokes and such, and enjoying each other's presence. But also, when it comes to Dom, I think that I know a lot of people don't like seeing Dom be utilized as an Henderson 2.0, and I'm not going to necessarily say that he is that per se, but I can understand that people see that as being his new role in essence, kind of. I think there's so many more aspects of Dom's game that Henderson never really had in his locker. I think that there's a lot more upside to Dom's offensive game than you would have gotten out of Hendo. I'm not saying that Hendo can't score or shoot, but I'm just saying there's a lot more out of. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, so Henderson would tell you Sabazai is a better player. Like Henderson would tell you this guy's bad. Like it's just that, that is a fact. But we're then asking Dom to do the work that Henderson did. So we have a better player than Henderson. We're asking him to do the defensive jobs that Henderson was having to do. So but again,
I think that the tendency to want to engage in a more offensive mindset is present with Dom more so than Henderson. Not saying Henderson didn't every once in a while involve himself in the offense in the sense of taking shots or trying to like put some like crazy pass in here or there. I just think that with Dom, you're gonna get the tendency to shoot from outside the box more often. You're gonna get the tendency to maybe even take a run inside the box, expecting to get the pass, not being just like a decoy. Yeah. That's all I was saying.
I remember saying back to the time when we nearly won the league under Rodgers. I said that the reason we didn't win it because Henderson was out. Henderson was contributing goals and assists, so he could do it back when he wanted to. But no, Sabazai is most certainly an upgrade in the attacking capabilities that he brings. I don't think anyone's going to disagree on that. But hey, look, like say the next manager, man, I'm interested to see, like you guys were saying earlier on, with Alonso or with someone, like imagine playing a 3-4, 2-1, and the 2 is Sabazai and someone else. I mean, I can see Sabazai playing that far forward. He can. Anyway, I don't. Yeah, we shouldn't be talking about him. We're not rating him. He didn't play. So
right, exactly. He didn't even play, bro. We're talking about Dom. I know. I got you. I I just also think that the relationships, and I mean not necessarily like, friend relationships. I meant like relationships that you have on the pitch, in that the understanding where that other player is going to play, like where he likes to get the ball, the understanding that you guys have in together, as knowing where you have to be, where each other has to be when you want to press, all those different concepts. Once you get a good trust in that other player, you might trust in that player saying, oh, he's a good player, or you hope that he could be there, but knowing he's there is a different story. You can almost like automatically know that he's going to be making a run, or he's going to be there to back you up or something like that. And that's what I think sometimes Trent has in his head, is that, especially since he's had that security blanket for so long, is that sometimes when it comes to having to deal with players that pass him by, he almost knows that, like, okay, sometimes I think he bodes them into saying, oh, well, if he passes, if I can get the defensive measure, cool. If I can't, I always know that I do have someone that's got my back, for the most part, whether it's Kanate, whether it was Dom, whether it was Hendo, whoever it was that case, for Fabinho sometimes, whoever is that case. And yesterday we just didn't see that really popping off for him. But it's all good. I put him in fail. So let's just move on to Curtis Jones. Cujo, what were you guys thinking about Cujo's performance yesterday? The guy, I think Cujo is definitely one of our most undervalued players in the midfield, but certainly someone that deserves some praises on the amount of efforts and things that he does. But yesterday wasn't exactly his greatest of games. How do you feel about Curtis? Getting some high grades out here. Dustin gave him an 8. Brian, what was your grade for Curtis Jones?
I would still say below average, because it wasn't a great show all around. But Curtis is one of those players who always kind of looks like a 7 out of 10, unless he pops up and bangs one in. And a 7 a 7 out of 10 in, say, if I was doing my rate, for a 7 would be like higher, say, like a really good, really, really good game. But he's that
being
box
like
to
5
box
is your average. I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, he always ticks along and does really, really well. And every now and again he tries something different. He might get a goal. He got a couple of chances recently, but so it's easy for me, for someone like without. Yeah, look, if you wanted me to be able to tell you exactly how well Curtis Jones played, I need to watch the game twice, because there's usually so much else going on that he's one player you don't tend to notice a lot. So he doesn't. Yeah, that's a long way around of saying he doesn't. He's not a standout game. So I'd still say below average, because they're all on that bus. There's no yellow players. There's no yellow, pink players. They're all blue bus today for me. So Jones is in there, but he's not a fail. No, he's not a fail. So he can go in there. Who's that? Who's the other guy in the below average? Is that Gomez? Who else do we have?
Gomez
is that Joe Gomez? Yeah, he can go in there beside Joe.
Yeah, so far Joey's the only one to make a 6 so far, because there's a lot of like decent ratings for Joey. Okay, so you have him as a 6. How about for yourself, JK? How about for yourself?
I would give. I think I've been pretty disappointed with Jones in the Chelsea and Arsenal game yesterday. I feel that sometimes I want the guy to show us who he is. I feel if he wasn't playing, would we really miss him? I think sometimes he does a lot of work. Like his work rate improved vastly in the last year, 100%. He tracks back a lot. He reads the game much better. But I feel in the last 2 games, Chelsea Arsenal game, you didn't really notice him, what he did. And I feel that also with the Trent topic, I think Trent is at the horizon now where he wants more than just being a right back. He wants the Bellingham shine or whatever it is he wants in the game. Szoboszlai also another flair player that we're not really using a lot in that way, because I think Klopp using them. Say again, bro.
No, I was gonna say too. I got to finish your thought though. I didn't mean to touch.
Yeah, just like I feel the flair players in the team, the Szoboszlai, the Trents, in the Klopp system won't be able to shine as much maybe with another manager. So we'll wait and see when the new guy comes in how we'll use them 2 guys. But I think Curtis Jones, I will give him a 5 as well, because I think he can do better. He can do better.
Okay. How about you, Nolante? Curtis Jones.
Address.
Yeah, I'll second what JK said. To be honest, he did not right. Wasn't his greatest game, but showing bits in the second half when it's 1-1. When we were putting on the pressure, he had that little curling shot from the left hand side, which was unlucky. And I mean, if that goes in, then we'll probably the ratings. But he tried, but just wanted, just needed a
Oh
bit more
yeah,
for
the one he
him.
missed. He did have a good.
He
He
missed,
did have
yeah.
He had a shot on. It wasn't on goal. I think it just missed the goal.
Just
but
wide, yeah, just wide, yeah. When you press the action, but I mean that was few but far between. He kept the ball a bit tidy, but we needed a bit more for him. So yeah, just above average.
Okay, so just
above average.
Above
average. Sorry, average. Is it?
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay, so just average.
Below average. Sorry, below average. Sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Right, yeah.
I'll put him below average. I know. Anytime someone says that's so funny, they say average. You're like, what? Huh?
Yeah, because Joey. Yeah, I said I rated Joe, so yeah, I can't go past him. So yeah, low average.
All right, so we'll put Cujo in. Looks like everyone gave him pretty much like 6s from KJ. I saw an 8 from Dustin, and I saw a 7 from Honesty. Yeah, I think Jones struggled to get involved in the game that we're normally used to him seeing. It could be again. This is just the tactical perspective of myself. It could also be because Joey was playing more of a inverted role than Trent was at all. Trent really didn't play inverted at all pretty much yesterday. So, you saw a little bit more on the left side coming from Joey playing a little bit more inverted, which is surprising, especially considering that we had Trent on the pitch. And also because and then by doing so, the way that the back line works, or that, how much you have to track back, your responsibilities and everything else kind of changes a little bit, as opposed to the right side that normally has to take on the responsibility of coverage for the inverted role, but it is what it is. Let's move on then. Let's move on to Gravenberch. Ryan Gravenberch. How are you guys feeling about the originally everyone was super high on Ryan Gravenberch, was very, very, very optimistic, was really, really high on the fact of the potential and everything that we were seeing from the young man. As of late, that praise has certainly cooled a bit, and now people are going as far as to say that, saying some really rough things about Gravenberch in some corners of the forums that I partake in.
Some few people, some silly people.
Go ahead, Brian. You want to chime in?
Well, yeah. A small cadre of the inevitable, predictable, usual suspects that always hunt for scapegoats, and I just think it's
so. Then, what would you give him?
It's time in the life.
And it's not a scapegoat yesterday. It wasn't. We didn't lose the game.
No. Oh, not because
we
of him.
didn't lose the game just solely because of him.
No. He's just the one that for some reason is everybody's least favorite player today. But I don't. Yeah, look, he'll get over it. But they were all in that stinky pot yesterday. They were all part of it. Like we were talking about earlier, I don't know if it helped him being on the right hand side with the new players on the right hand side. But he looked that game pretty much. I don't know, maybe his stats might say he was more involved or whatever. But to me, it looked like that game completely passed him by. Just totally.
Yeah.
So
no, his stats weren't that great. 24 touches, 12 out of 14 for his passing, but had 0 crosses, 0 long balls, 0 shots.
There you go.
It was 2 out of 3 for his dribble attempts, 3 out of 6 for ground duels, 1 out of 3 for aerial duels. And then pretty much other than that, that was a 1 clearance, basically. 6 possessions lost. Wasn't very, very active or involved in the game, really, per se.
No, and in the midfield, most games you're going to lose him or you're going to win him. If it's a midfield battle, you're going to win him there. He just did not participate. He's a hard fail. For yesterday,
Yeah. Are you in the same? Do you feel the same way, Nolante?
Yeah, fortunately with Grav, he won another not great game, and it's frustrating because I rate him, to be honest, and I've seen him ball out when he's on form for Ajax. I've seen him play as a number 6, and I know he did Dutch league is nowhere near the Premiership, but yeah, man, it's just a shame, man. All that talent, man, it's just not happening with him. I think what he needs to do is just have a word with Genie and just speak to him, the OG Genie Wijnaldum, just to give him some advice about the midfield role and Klopp's system, because it's just for whatever reason it's not happening. But like I said, man, he just needs to do what he can this season, put it to bed, and hopefully he comes again next season. But yeah, fail for me, unfortunately.
Okay. How about you, JK?
I'm say 2 things about Gravenberch. Find some boots that don't make you fall over. And 2, don't try too hard. So I'll give him a 5. He passed the ball to Diaz. He got the sort of goal we got, That's what he did in the game.
Mhm.
But yeah, he needs to find some boots where he don't fall over.
He needs to get some. What is he wearing? He's not wearing Predators, I take it.
I'm not sure, bro, because he's always on the ground. He's just
He is a lot. Yeah, you're right.
trying too hard.
He is. I mean, yeah.
Makes him fall over.
Says Grab is still integrating. Trajectory is good. Let him cook. That's what Dustin has to say.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because myself and 12 Man, we were talking about this earlier on, so it's to the 2 boys. And we were talking about Gravenberch a lot, and not sure if you heard it, but without wanting to oversimplify things, I was thinking, and I don't speak for 12 Man, but potentially without oversimplifying it, some of it may just come down to actually bulking up a bit and getting his strength up, building up a bit in terms of being able to deal with the league. I don't know what you 2 guys think of that. Is he a little bit weak?
Too scrawny, or not scrawny, but too yeah, like
yeah, he can put a bit of weight on. Yeah. I think he can bulk up a little bit, get a bit. He can also not worry about impressing anyone. He's at a new club, he wants to impress thingy, and I would expect that Gapco and Virgil would help him more mentally about getting his feet on the ground. I feel he's a little bit nervous, and I think you can see that in the game. Like, I think yesterday was a game for him to come, show, impress us guys. Put a shift in. He's getting an opportunity playing in midfield in a big game. He's starting the game, and I was a bit disappointed with what he's shown us, but I feel you've seen it in bursts what he can do. He's got a bit of a. I like when he gets the ball and he moves. He don't do that in the game enough. I think he overthinks the situation. He just needs to get that ball and move it, get forward, do what he wants to do, and not overthink the game.
Yeah. I can understand that. Yep. I want to see him actually, especially now that Fabinho's not even. I don't even know if Fabinho's playing in Saudi Arabia. I think their season's over, right? So, I wouldn't mind if Klopp said, "Hey Fab, I know you're not playing right now, or you're not committed to any team. So do you want to come in and just work with some of our midfielders, bring in some of the defensive mindsets and understanding of where to be positioned, where to how to cut off angles and such and yada yada, create a real understanding of what Fab could do when he had the legs. I don't know. I know that everyone. I was a part of a forum that had about 3 or 4 different former players coming back to be assistant coaches for us. But
that never works. It sounds like it should work, but it never does. It's just go out there and find the best coaches, get the best managers, and if one of them just happens at some point in the next 5 years to be Fabinho or Milner or what. But yeah, and I get fans understand that they just go, well, that guy was brilliant at doing X. Why not just get him back to coach player Y in how to do it? I.e., let's get Torres in to coach Darwin on finishing, or let's get Gerrard in to coach Gravenberch. It's just really, I understand it, but if it happens at some point, but that's really that. It's fanciful, let these guys go in.
No, I get it. I
But
mean,
the Saudi
there are
thing,
parts of.
the Saudi thing, I think no, sorry, I think they are playing because
Mhm.
they're trying to bring in Messi on a 3-month deal because the MLS is on a break, and they were trying to bring in Messi while the MLS was on a break. So I think they must be back playing
There's
now at some
no
point. But
way unless you do that.
yeah, that was
Last
kind
thing you
of
want to do is just last thing you want to do is rinse. Messi's old enough. You don't want to try to
yeah.
overexert that guy if you have any plans on utilizing him next year. But it is
They'll
what it
need to
is.
finish the league before the summer. So.
Yeah, no, and what I was just getting at too, though, is that I totally get what you're saying, but and it's not going to be for the relationship between Curtis Jones and, let's say, like a Steven Gerrard is different than the relationship of Gravenberch to a Gerrard, and the appreciation that he would have, or the admiration he would
No,
have
but
for him.
to bring in like when we have a player in a position that isn't doing well, people just kind of think, well, that's who's a really good former player in that position. Let's bring him back, and he'll get better. It's very 2 + 2 = 5. But hey, I'd love Suarez and Torres to be there, teaching the kids how to finish chances. That'd be brilliant when they're done one
That'd be
day.
great.
Well, and just the finishing
and you
chances.
do, and you do. I mean, I've read reports about how Suarez does actually, actively keep in touch and is actively involved in Uruguay when they have national team, international play. He's a part of, the development for Nunez, for instance, and Suarez is Nunez's idol, as in his role model, when it comes to at least performances on the pitch, at least. And then, I would love nothing more than see Suarez style, surgence from Nunez, of course. But yeah, you're right. It doesn't necessarily always A plus B doesn't always equal C, as you said. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny though. I would always thought it would be Cavani.
Let's move on to McAllister.
Oh, yeah.
Cavani, is that what you said?
Yeah, no, I just think because Suarez Nunez is a lot more kind of like Cavani was much more kind of nice. No, yeah. Let's
No, you're
move on.
right.
Let's go.
His nickname in Uruguay. His nickname in Uruguay is the next Cavani. And I know I'm not trying to get too much on the subject of Darwin, but yeah, his nickname is the next Cavani. That was his original. Before he came to Liverpool, he was known as the next Cavani in Uruguay. But when interviewed, he says his favorite, his biggest role model and favorite player is Suarez, actually. So it's just that interesting. McAllister, let's move on to Macca, who I think had possibly the best game out of, if you could say that, he had the best game out of anyone on our team, yesterday. The algorithm agrees with that as well. The guy had 83 touches, 90% with his passing, had 2 key passes, 3 for 3 for long balls, had 3 shots, all 3 were off target, unfortunately, 2 out of 3 for dribble attempts. 9 out of 12. I mean, the amount of progression we've seen with his ground duels has been really impressive with Macca. I mean, there were a lot of times when we weren't necessarily really high on his defensive measures from what we've seen this year, at least early in parts of the year. But as of late, he's just dialed it in. 2 out of 3 for aerial duels, 9 out of 12 for ground duels. That's really, really good. 2 clearances, 1 block shot, 3 tackles. What do you guys have for Alexi McAllister?
I'll give him a 7.
Go with Jake. Let's go with JK first. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, bro. I'll give him a 7 for you. I'll give him a 7. I think he was a one-man midfield yesterday. I think he was the only guy who was actually doing something, putting a shift in, and he has actually, since he come back from his injury, he's improved as a player in certain ways. I think maybe with the new manager, we're going to see the best of him with his offensive and flair side, same as Szoboszlai and Trent, So I feel that he's been put in a position where he has to put a hard graft in, where he'd rather go be more at the top of the field, where he's putting balls into for people to score. So for me, yes, 7 out of 10 for yesterday.
Okay. Nilante, what are you giving Maka?
I thought him and Gomez at the two were the two best players, but I can't. It's hard in it because, as JK said, yeah, he done well on certain bits, and he had in the second half when we kind of pushing, he had two drives, one, two shots, which is the only one who's trying it. But at the same time, Arsenal dominated that midfield. To be fair, and again, and it's not his fault. I get it, but positionally, the midfield is where the battle's at, and we got dominated quite a bit. And and he's learning the role. I get it, but positionally, he got caught out quite a few times. So I can't give him more than below average. So I can't give him more than a 6.
Okay. Brian?
Yeah, I was nearly swayed towards the average score, but like I said, everyone's on the blue bus, and I'm not hiring 2 buses just so I can give one other guy a yellow bus. So he's on the below average bus with everyone else. But I feel really harsh saying it because one man midfield, he was a little bit, yeah, he was. But oh fuck it, yeah. Look, I'll put him in the I'll give him average. I can't. I think he actually has an average game.
Okay. I liked the performances out of Maka yesterday. There's not many performances that I think Maka has just really refined his game and become a player that we weren't expecting him to be, considering most of us had him in that 8 role anyway. Not many of us had him being a 6, much less this hybrid acceptance of what the 6 is in Klopp's mind. I think he's definitely been a player that we can now say is going to make Endo have to fight to get back into the lineup. I think I want to. You can't have everyone in that blue bus. I'm going to put him barely having it. I mean, like, I'm just going by like stats wise too. I mean, I get the eye testing, but out of anyone, he was I think was performing the best out of all of them yesterday. But it's all good. Let's just move. We can bump him down or bump him up or keep him there. We can bump him down or keep him up at the end if you guys have too much. If you guys don't feel he's worthy of being in that spot. Let's move on to Lucho, another player I thought had a decent game yesterday. I know a lot of people aren't very high on what Lucho provides for our team, but I thought Lucho had a decent game. Not a great game, obviously, but he did get the goal. Technically, it was an own goal, but he definitely did something similar to what we normally see from Diego yesterday, which is just like put his head down and just go straight into the fire. I really thought that Lucho was playing with some intensity. He was playing with like some determination to try to make something happen yesterday. There wasn't many people on the pitch that was really working out for yesterday, and I think Lucho was one of the few that had that kind of like you could see that he was going to make something happen if he could in any way. So, how about Nalante? We'll start with you. What were your thoughts on Lucho yesterday?
Well, you say that I might kind of disagree.
None of these are easy. And
No,
don't get intimidated because he's here. Just because he's here with us, don't get intimidated.
Nah. I'll say it how it is. Look, don't get me wrong, Luis Diaz. He always got the fight. He's got that South American fight. Chris Angel's a guy who he doesn't rate, but man. I'm just gonna say exactly. Yeah, I'm gonna say a 5 for Lucio, and yeah, he produced a goal, but he didn't give Ben White enough problems, and Ben White kind of had him shackled a bit, which I was a bit surprised because Diaz is better than that. I mean, I don't think he was cold at all because at the end of the day, first half we had no shots on target, and the second half we improved for about 20-25 minutes, and yeah, but. He tried, but he didn't do enough for me to make things happen as much as the play is. So yeah, a 5 for me.
Okay. Ryan, what was your rating on him?
I don't think anyone really impressed me that much. up front.
I already know
so-
he's going to be in the blue bus. I guess he's going to be in the blue bus, but yeah.
Yeah. That one little bit of a flash of something, and it's not enough. It's not enough to get you up there. They all disappointed. They were all miles off it. So I'm going to put him with the fail as well.
Okay. Oh wow, fail. Okay, so you got 2-5. There are 2 fails. Okay. JK, what's your vote for that?
Yeah, I'm gonna just give him the 6 for the little bit of energy he showed to get the goal. So a 6 for me. Yeah.
Okay. Got an 8 from Dustin, 7 from Honesty. I'll take the. I'll start throwing like averages for them. So I'll say the average was like a 7.5. Let's put him in at below average then. Got 2 5s, bunch of 7s or 8s and 7s, 6. I would have given him a 6, like 6 or a 7. I'll put him at below average. I mean, you got to appreciate the fact that out of all the people, there was someone out there that was showing some type of heart. You definitely can't say that Lucho wasn't that person yesterday.
No, he never will
all right,
be.
then.
I mean, he'll never be that guy. We'll never be doing a rate. I don't think ever where we're going. Lucho didn't work today. I don't think he knows how to not run. I don't think he knows how to not. I mean, this guy comes from
from that
nothing,
from that cloth.
That life. He knows if you don't work hard, there's someone else waiting to take your place. So yeah, that will never be anything.
He's always had to work hard. He's always had to work hard in his life for everything.
Yeah, we'll never have to fault him on that. So, but then it's like I said to Savage last night. I'll never ever say somebody earns 250 grand a week, so you should be happy. I was like, you earn 250 grand a week, so you should score goals. Like it's a team sport. You you earn 300 grand a week, you should never let a goal in. But I do say, you earn 200 grand a week, you better fucking work hard, because that's just running. If you can't, that's where money comes into it. It's like, if you can't even be bothered to work hard, then that's where people can bring up your wages. Can't bring up your wages for you should be happy, or will you complain that you're a millionaire? Nah. But on the pitch for 90 minutes, if you're on 250 grand a week, we expect you to at least run, even when we're losing. So Lucho's a good example of that.
That's pretty basic. Yeah. I mean, I would hope that'd be pretty basic.
Yeah.
You should at least run.
Some players around the league. Yeah, you watch some players around the league, and I don't think they've got that message.
Okay. All right, let me bring this back up here because I want to make sure I put in the Kaiser into this ratings. How about for Diego? And we have four on the bench too. But how about for Diego? Everybody was wanting to see Diego. I'm included in that bunch. We all know how Diego normally cooks Arsenal, whether home or away. We all know what type of role and that Diego's on right now. But Diego wasn't really amounting to much yesterday, considering Diego didn't get a shot off yesterday. He had no shots.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that you don't normally see when it comes to Diego, is that he at least possibly gets at least 1, if not 2 shots off.
Yeah.
Even if they're not on target, at least getting a shot. He had 0 shots yesterday. Played a full 90 minutes and didn't get 1 shot.
I think
that's tough.
Jota missed.
That's
I think Jota missed
JK,
Darwin.
What do you think about?
Yeah, I think Jota missed Darwin yesterday, big time.
Yeah, I think so.
You could just see it in his. Jota wasn't involved at all in the game, so I'll give the guy a 5 for just turning up. And but I think I like Jota as a player. I think he always gives 100% as well. He gets stuck in. Against Chelsea, he was great. So for me, just another off day. I think all in all, what Brian was saying, that no one deserves no good high points yesterday for the game, in the game.
Okay. Brian, what do you got for Diego?
Yeah, keep it brief on Diego. He failed. Definitely, it was a fail. Yeah, the game. Darwin, that's a thing, you know. Diego is so clever when Darwin is there, you know, in inverted commas, causing chaos, and you have players moving into different positions trying to follow him. Jota is just standing there and looking and going, right, I'll just go there. So, because you've left a big hole because you're following Nunes around, or I'll just move in there. He's clever like that. So that could be
Right,
a lot
right.
to do with, you know, with why he
Yeah,
gets those little pockets. And none of that happened. And again, credit to Arsenal for that defensive performance. So, but for someone like him, no shots and pretty much no impact. Got to be a fail.
yeah, yeah. 37 touches, 19 of 24 for his passing, so 79% passing. Had 2 key passes, but other than that, next to nothing
We only
offensively.
scored one goal,
And that's
so
what he's on the pitch for. Yeah, if you're gonna, I mean, he's playing the number, quote unquote, number 9 at the time for us when he was on the pitch. So, yeah. Nalante, what do you got for Diego? Let me sure.
He said he'd be back in a second.
Oh, no worries, no worries.
Yeah.
And then we also have 5 from Honesty, got a 7 from Dustin. Yeah, I mean,
I think
I'm
that's
gonna put
honest.
I'm gonna put him in fail because what's that?
I think that's the lowest rating Honesty has given anyone tonight. That
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
been, he's been pretty upbeat
Yep.
about some of the players.
Yeah. I would have to put him in 5 too, though, because we unlike sometimes our, I'm going to say excuses, but our reasoning behind rating Darwin's performances despite missing a shot or this or that. A, at least he's shooting. Okay, you can't score if you don't shoot. Okay, and B, with Diego, that's what we have him on there for, is to get shots off. And if he's not getting shots off, then he's not really going. We don't what the returns are from Diego aren't going to be so overwhelmingly important, pieces to get us across the line. Like us, and what you said is spot on about how like Nunes just opens up. It's amazing how much the field is opened up by Nunes' play. But like, how about then for Cody then, Brian? What were your feelings on Cody? Cody got the start, something I predicted as well. How are you feeling about Cody playing out there on the front line? He had a couple of shots. I can give you some of his stats if you want to hear them. Or it didn't have a couple of shots. He had one shot.
Can do that. Can you go first?
Yeah, JK. He had one shot. He had 23 touches, was 6 out of 11 for his passing. 3 out of 6 for ground duels, 1 out of 3 for aerial duels, and was fouled twice. That's basically a lot of his stats. Intercepted 1, had 1 tackle.
I think when you look at Cody's game yesterday, another opportunity missed for him and Gravenberch. I feel, when these guys get opportunities, for me, I'm happy for them to be squad players. They're not starters. But I think Gotko's display yesterday beat like most players non-existent. So I'll give the guy another 4. I'll give him a 4.
Okay, I gave him a fail.
Okay, I'm back.
Nalante, back. Brian, you want to go? I'm not sure if Nalante's back or not, but
If
Brian.
Nalante is back, he can give his Jota rating first.
Yeah, he said he wanted to be back. I know he wants to get a Diego rating in there, but he wanted to get rating in Diego, but it's all good. I'll allow for him to voice what he would have given for him. But Brian, go ahead, give us your rating for Cody.
Yeah, Cody, man. Cody Gakpo. I said it before, every time we talk about him, got to nail down a position. And I'm getting worried about the fact that he hasn't nailed down a position. It's great to have certain players. Again, we got to caveat everything now with this changes in 3 months. Hopefully we're not sitting here in August with no bloody new manager. So we're assuming day 1 of pre-season. We usually get things done right. So a man who could have a different role under a different manager. But right now, it's the jack of all trades kind of thing where he's just
jack of trade, master of jack of trades.
He's in, he's out. He's left, he's right. He plays the middle. He plays the midfield. It's just not good for you. You're never going to get the best out of a player. Where, like I say, it's like when you're a chef that can do every job in a kitchen, and you go in, and every second day they ask you to work in a different station. You never get to make that one thing your own, because you can do everything. Whereas you just got that one guy that can just make desserts. So he sits there all day. He only ever does is make desserts. That's what he does. He's never going to get asked to work somewhere else. He just makes desserts, and he's brilliant at it. But you'll be there one day, you'll appear next day, and you just want your own role. You want your own place in the team. And until you do that, you get that, I don't think you can flourish. There's a problem being too versatile. So that's a long way around of saying that we haven't yet seen the best of him, really, only in flashes. His finishing is excellent. His finishing is really excellent. But he's a player that I fear might not work out purely because of circumstance. Nothing to do with quality or ability or anything like that.
I hope
just
not.
a guy that.
Yeah.
No, again, like we were talking about the new manager. He's very much a player that the new manager coming in could love him, could want to build his forward line around him, or could look at him and go, yeah, he's a player I could move on. Doesn't fit into my system.
Yeah.
Not dead. Doesn't fit into my system. Because he's so versatile. Yeah. It's like, my left winger. So I think, just long way around. He's on the fail. He's on the fail list because he had a really poor game yesterday, like all the front three did.
Yeah, he just didn't.
I'm
disappointed in him. I had Cody getting. Trust me, there was no one rooting for Cody more than myself yesterday. Considering I put a couple of ducats down on him getting us a brace. So yeah, him not really showing much of anything yesterday, other than one shot that kind of fizzled. Was a shot that he should have done more with. Put it that way, he should have done more with that. He was off target, not by much, but he was definitely off target. And I think the keeper possibly would have gotten to it even if necessary. But 0 key passes, 0 crosses, 0 long balls. Just 23 touches. Not what we need from Cody yesterday. So I don't have.
The Brian statement about the hotel working in the kitchen statement. I told Frank yesterday about that, and I was like, top statement what he said there. Gakpo's a type of guy, he does that. He'll work here, work there, but he hasn't got a place where he will want to work. And I think like Gomez is also versatile, but Gomez is a good versatile. Where Gakpo is versatile, but he's not really a good versatile player. And I'm not accepting that. He should be doing more now. Good player, he can shoot, but I think I want more now from him.
I'm gonna rifle through the subs because we had 3 subs come on at once, and then we had the final sub that only got like a few minutes. He got Thiago and got subbed in at the 85th minute, but these guys did get this was when we tried to make a ploy and try to make some type of tactical, try to inflect and inject, some type of energy, some type of some type of last hope into actually getting some type of result out of this. So with Andy, Robbo came on, really didn't look that great. I'll put him in, and then you guys can chime in to say if you think he should be higher or lower. I would have said that Robbo really didn't really do much of anything. I would have had it as a fail, considering that we're used to Robbo having not only high intensity but actually having some impact. Or he obviously understands the game and knows what was called upon him and everything else. But at that part and point, it was kind of the game was kind of still teetering out of control for us. I would have put him at fail. Do you have a problem? Does anyone anyone in the panel want to bump him up to below average, or are we good with fail?
I'm
Fail,
good.
fail.
Brian, yeah, everyone's good with fail.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think that the chat's good on fail too. I think. How about for Elliot? There's a lot of like a lot of people have their different takes on Elliot. You know, like you're speaking on Cody and having, you know, how and what the next manager is going to see and appreciate from Cody if he's going to be a part of this team going forward. You know, there's those that have the same rating for Elliot in that sense. Some people that think that he's never had the ability to play for this team. Some people that like the amount of, you know, energy and the amount of talent that he has and are optimistic. I mean, he's only 20 years old, right? 19, 20 years old. I think he's 20. But Elliot, I would have had Elliot as unfortunately, I would have had him as a fail yesterday too. We'll go in order. Brian, Nalante, JK. Are you guys good with him being fail, or do you want to see him, or did you think he had a below average game? How about you, Brian?
He came on early enough, didn't he? There was a raft around 56 minutes, wasn't it?
He came.
Was he one of those?
All these three players. So Rabo, Elliott, and Nunez all came in at the 58th minute. Yeah, they came in as a triple sub.
Yeah, so he had a decent enough time, but I still only put him in below average. Yeah,
okay.
It's hard to it's hard to say he failed because he didn't have enough. But would he be a 5? He'd be a 5 or a 6. So be kind because I've been rough on a few other people. So I'll say below average for him.
Okay, Nalante.
Fail for me. He obviously didn't have enough time, but he just didn't really do much.
I will say this. I think 58. If you get subbed at the 58th minute, that's plenty of time. Normally, the first subs are made in that 60 to 65 minute like window. You know, so they did get subbed in before that 60-minute window. So that's at least my take. JK, what's your take? Are you cool with him being in the 5? Not cool, but are you accepting of him being rated as a 5 or below, or do you think he's a below average?
Yeah,
you could be nice like Brian.
I think Elliot, another guy who, in the last month, I would say hasn't really shined, and the way he got skinned yesterday by Trossard on the wing, oh my days!
Oh yeah,
he got skinned. Yeah. That was the old school Sunday. He got done dirty there. So because you know what, I've always backed Elliot because I like his tidy passing. He can't cross a ball in play, but I like his tidy passing. You know, his old school Spanish style sort of midfielder. He'll get the ball, pass it on, and I think in this last month he hasn't shined. And I'm going to give him a 4 for yesterday. He had enough time actually to shine. He had half an hour to do something when he came on.
Right.
So yeah.
No, he's got to get marked down for that. You're right about that. I almost put that too far in the back of my memory. How about for Nunez? Nunez got a yellow card yesterday. You could tell that he wanted to make a difference. I mean, he's another player that, like Brian said earlier, that is like you said about Lucho, for instance. You know, Nunez is someone that you know is always out there trying 100%, if not giving 110% of his effort to try to make a difference in the game. We never can question his heart and his devotion, but the young man was playing with a hurt foot. You could kind of see that a little bit out there as well. I'd say below average maybe for Darwin.
Yeah,
is that being too nice, Nalate? Do you think that's being too nice for Darwin?
Way too way too nice. Yeah, like I said, if McAllister somehow gets an average over Gomez, and in my opinion, but anyway, it's fine. But yeah, it just fell again. It's not his fault. He came on, didn't have much to do, done his hustle and bustle, but there's one opportunity where he did waste the ball when he should have just went across the end anyways to deal with his shot. So yeah, fell for me.
Well, okay. JK?
Yeah. I think he was fired up yesterday, Darwin. He was fired up, and I think he missed an opportunity where he could have just slided the ball across the Jota. He went for the shot, and I seen that in his temperament. Very
Mhm.
fiery yesterday. He got the yellow card. I think sometimes he just needs to level it out and get more involved in the game instead of wasting that fire, getting a yellow card or whatever. I think I want to see him use his brain. Where yesterday that little ball to Jota would have been a nice little goal for us. So I'm going to give him a fail. Yep, 4.
Yeah, it would have been. Yeah. Yeah.
He had enough time.
Brian?
He had 30 minutes.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Brian, do you
he did. He had,
what do you have?
yeah, he did. He had plenty of time. He did slash that one chance. That was pretty presentable. If he wasn't going across it, if he decided to shoot, probably made sure it was on target. And yeah, we're marking Elliott for the, he got the same amount of minutes as Elliott, and pretty much, yeah, did absolutely nothing. So got to be a fail. Brought
Jeez,
into
look at this ratings. This is horrible.
Yeah, he was brought into
This
impact the
ratings
game.
show is brutal today.
Yeah, so he's
Just
got to be a
not
fail.
not
We'll
from
never
the
have this
company,
again, though.
but I'm just saying from the ratings, not from the company, but the ratings are just
Yeah, bro. But
harsh to look at.
this is like a culture shock, seeing all these guys at the bottom. We don't really have this often this season,
Yeah.
No, hopefully never going to happen again.
Thiago only got yeah, right. Spot on, Brian. I hope the same. Thiago only got let in at the 85th minute. He came in for Joe Gomez. So is he man of the match or no? I'm just joking. I'm joking.
Stepping on the pitch, yeah.
I'm giving it.
Oh yeah, stepping on the pitch, yeah. After disappearing for how long? Forgot he even existed. But I don't think we should do a rating for Thiago. If I'm honest, man. No rating for Thiago.
I don't think he gets he gets an NA.
Nah.
But I mean, like if anything,
it
was I was just happy to see that the fact I was happy and surprised, to be honest, that he got his name called. But the difference is that the only other choices that Klopp had on the bench would have been either Kwanzaa. He's not bringing Kwanzaa in. McConnell. Chances are he's probably not bringing McConnell in. And he's definitely not bringing McConnell in over Thiago, and then Bobby Clark, and he's definitely not bringing probably Bobby Clark over Thiago. Yeah, for him to just get out there, kind of like break the seal. If anything, I was happy to see Thiago just be on the pitch for us. Once he starts getting acclimated back to being on the pitch and everything else, maybe we can expect something more saucy and ragu-ish from him or whatever, but he definitely didn't have nearly enough time on there. Well, how about we do this then, though? What are you going to rate? And we'll go Brian, Nalante, then JK, and the chat. Please do put your comments or your rating for this individual, but we're going to go for Jurgen Klopp. What would you rate Jurgen Klopp, Brian, in yesterday's game?
I'm going to give him some leeway because his hand was very much forced with injuries and absentees. And I think he kind of put out the best team he had available to him. I'm going to say it was an average performance, but he got us, the first 10 minutes of the second half, maybe 8 minutes, 10 minutes. It looked like we had a bit of after, especially after we got that goal. It looked like he might have worked a bit of magic at halftime, but
yeah, we came out well in the second. In the second half, we did come out really well. Yeah.
So, but I think it's not like we can look at the bench and say, why didn't he pick Endo? Why didn't he pick Sabazai? Why didn't he pick Bradley? Why did he pick this? Because he basically picked what he had, and it didn't work.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I can't be too hard. It's hard to be too harsh on him because really, what that was the 11. But maybe a slightly better game plan or a slightly better halftime or something. I don't know, better changes maybe. But I'm definitely not being too harsh on him.
Okay.
Yeah. So
So
average,
what
yeah,
you
a
gave him?
7.
You gave him
Yeah,
average. Okay.
give him average.
Nolante, what's your rating for him? I see Honesty gave him a 7. I see Honesty. What's your rating, Nolante?
Yeah, 12. Just before I mention Klopp, I just want to quickly round up Jota and Gakpo on my side.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, so Jota for me a 4. I mean, I think he wasn't his best game against Arsenal, and he's played better than for that, so he weren't great. Tried, but just nothing from Jota. 4. Gakpo again fell for me. Again, 4. I mean, the only good thing from Gakpo was the shot in the first half, which was agony wild when he just quickly ran into it, another shot. But again, man, another one that needs to step up. So
Yeah.
so that's Gakpo and Jota, unfortunately. In terms of Clock, yeah, I echo Brian. I wasn't too overly happy with I wasn't too fussed with the lineup. I think he done the lineup as good as it can be. You know what I mean? I mean, if you want to get technical, people could have said Gomez right back, Robbo left, and put Trent in midfield. But I was happy with it. I was fine with it. And the subs, he made the subs at a decent enough time. You know, obviously you go with Thiago some minutes, as you said, and you gave him a 10 for that 12. You know, Thiago number 10, yeah, 10 for that. So yeah, I'll just say 6. For me, it wasn't Klopp. I think it's the players that let him down big time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. JK.
I'm gonna give Thiago a 10 because
There you
after a
go.
year to see the guy on the pitch, I'm giving the brother 10.
There you go.
Klopp,
There you go.
I'm gonna give Klopp a 7 because of the week he's had, but his substitutions, I think, were a fail. I didn't think we needed to bring them on at 1-1. I think another 5-10 minutes there would have been better. So I'm just gonna give him a 7 because of the week he had. You know, the guy said he's gonna leave Liverpool. He's had 3 games. He won 2, lost 1. So I just give him a 6 or a 7 out of the 2, bro.
6 or 7. Okay. Going to give him I would have given him again. I think that Brian's point about his hand was forced with the lineup that he had to provide. There are some tweaks to the lineup that I would have done, but that's just I wouldn't say that's Monday armchair quarterbacking for myself. In that, the lineup I had was pretty much the exact same lineup that he had. It's just that I would have had Cody start at I would have had Diego start on the right. I would have had Cody start in as our striker / false 9 if we were going to try to do something along those lines. And I would have had possibly I would have had Trent start, but I also would have had Robbo start. Despite the fact that I get Gomez, is playing well, I get that in whole 9, but I just thought that by having Gomez in there or by having Robbo in there, we could have picked and chosen where and what we wanted to do when it comes to pushing Trent up if we needed into that midfield, if we needed to put him into the midfield. But all the same, you're right. I'll give him a 7. I'll keep him at a 7. No man of the match. I don't think anyone was, was that guy for us in any aspect of the word, not even honorary man of the match. I don't think there is anyone out there that could qualify for that. I think this is just a game that we all just kind of want to pass over and just move on from, I think that's safe to say from all of us. We keep it moving.
Yeah. Bad day at the office,
There's some questions real quick before we bounce. You guys, before we bounce out of here, there are some questions I wanted to kind of go over with you guys. I want to definitely and JK, your volume is okay, by the way. It's all good.
Okay, bless.
I wanted to do these questions because there are some questions out there for you guys. Let me see, because Honesty has some really good questions actually. Let me make sure I get it there. where was it? Oh, okay. Here's the question for you. Ozan asked, he wonders if young Connor Bradley will be mentally ready for Burnley, or would he need more time? Let's say Brentford or Luton. Would you hold out Connor for another game, if not two, or do you think getting him back into the lineup is the best remedy for him, Brian?
I wonder if young Connor is ready for Burnley.
I'll bring up the question again. It says he wonders if young Connor Bradley will be mentally ready for Burnley, and if not, would you let him get more time, to kind of like time to heal and save him for Luton, or even save him for the game after Luton?
Yeah, without wanting to sound trite, like that's a question for Connor Bradley. It's a very, very young age to lose your dad. So what does he want? How does he feel? He's going to be a tough kid. The best thing when you play football, when you go out and you play, whether it's 5-a-side, 7-a-side, even an hour, half an hour, when you're on the pitch, when you're playing football, that's all you think about. That is literally all you think. You're not. That's why people who do these things, they love it so much, is because it's the only time they can switch off from things. Play 5-a-side is the only time where they don't. You don't have time to think about anything else. There's a ball around all the time, and that's where they get their release. That's where they get their time off. So that's why one player will need a month to go home and be with his family. Another player will be, I've had 4 days now. I need to get back on the pitch. I need to get, I can go home and see my mom at the weekend, but I just need to get out, play some football, get my head away from this for 5 minutes. Because people will always say when things like that happen, unfortunately, we've been through that, just go away, take some time away, get your head away from this, do something to take your mind off. Nothing better than playing football to take your mind off what's going on, and then you can go home. Leave it up to the kid. Mentally ready, hey, who knows, man? Because literally, he's only ever going to go through this once in his life, and he's going through it right now. And like I say, very young kid. But all of the sport networks, all of those amazing good things are going to be around him. So when Bradley is back, he's back. But life is a hell of a thing, he has this amazing high. Now, I don't know the circumstances. I don't think this was I don't know if this was a sudden thing or it was something that he knew was potentially might be happening. If his dad was ill, as opposed to a sudden
I don't know
thing. Yeah. So if he may well have been playing with all this sort of on the in the back of his mind, and that would be amazing that his dad got to see him do these things. I mean, that's what we should bear in mind, that his dad actually got to watch him fulfilling some dreams right there. So that's, you take the best out of it, and when he comes back, look, what a few. I mean, I can't even take this in, talking about the guy, the highs and lows and things that he's been through the last few weeks. That, it just shows you life. Everyone would have given their heartbeat or given their right arm to be Connor Bradley. After a certain match, and then the next day he loses his dad. So it's just a life. It's a tough life for all of us. So hopefully he takes his time and he comes back when he's ready and keeps doing what he was doing, because that would be the best tribute he can pay to his dad, will be to go on and have an amazing career that he'd be proud of, and that he would have wanted to tell him about. So
you guys, either one, you guys want to touch on that, or you think you want to let Brian's comment stand for us all? So I think Brian said it well.
Yeah, I just feel that quickly.
Okay. Good, JK.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think if a guy at his age, 18, 19, can play at Anfield and put up a shift like then he's got a strong head on his shoulders, So I feel that he's going to have a lot of people around the club helping him out and that. And I think, he can take how long he wants, but I'm proud of what he's done. He stepped in for Trent. didn't put a top shift in. And I think the bad news about his dad, hopefully he'll come through that pretty sound.
Okay. Lante, you want to say your piece?
Yeah, I'll just second what the guys have just said about Bradley, man. Commending him. He's been a breath of fresh air. And funny enough, I actually watched 1 or 2 games with him in Bolton last season, and he was playing like the way he was. So I can see why he was their player of the year. I mean, I don't know the other players at Bolton, but yeah. I mean, but yeah, he had some great games for Bolton. And yeah, man, look, the Burnley game, we don't need him. Let's just give him some time. I mean, we should be able enough. Trent at right back, at least. Burnley, was it Luton and Brentford? Was it the other
Yes.
games? Was it?
Brentford,
Yeah, we should have
Brentford's
enough.
after this.
Yeah.
After
So
Burnley is Brentford, and then after that is Luton, I believe.
okay, so give him the 2 games the time to breathe. You know, only he knows this is ready. And if by the Luton game he's good to go back, then point me straight in. That's what I'll say.
Oh, did you just say just put him straight back in as soon as he's ready to go? So he's your starting. He's your starting. Basically, your starting right back going forward for the rest of the year.
Potentially, yeah, because I mean, yeah, Trent was doing all right. He got injured, but I mean, he should be going by form, and no player is big in the club. And I know Trent is the vice captain of this team, but Bradley's played. He's not just one game. He's played a good since he's come in. He's always games. He's been good and good enough. So for me, he starts, and that's just me. Trent, he's just got to find his way back in, whether it's replacing Bradley or being in the midfield. For me, at the moment.
Okay. Okay. Right. There was a question here too, which is very, very interesting because it's going off what you said. Honestly says Trent failed, but for not saying that you're saying this, Delonte, at all. But Trent failed, but for people to say, because I have heard this, for people to say sell Trent, which is I've heard that shout now. That to sell him, but forget how many good performances Trent had this season, and people forget when the season started. He started slowly to continues on to, and if Trent goes in midfield, who drops out? Because people also say he doesn't work with Szoboszlai in the midfield, and it won't be fair to drop Mac 10 and Curtis Jones, who have had good performances. Do you agree with what Honesty has to say there? In that, do you find it, not necessarily troubling, but surprising that there are people out there saying sell Trent, that we don't need Trent now that Connor has had this run, now that we've seen what the team looks like with him as a more traditional style right back. Are you surprised? Or is that alarming that people would say that? How do you feel about that? I'll let Nolante answer first, since he was the last to comment on Connor at least playing and for Trent having to win back that position from him. Nolante, do you think that is a little bit over the top for people to be like sell Trent and not recognize how great of a player that we have there? Or is it, oh no, let's just cash in because Trent will never work. Trent won't be what our expectations are for him. Are you under those pretenses, or is that crazy to say?
Yeah, talk. So, like that comment was saying, or again, obviously, it weren't directed to me because I never said sell Trent. So, yeah, that is way, way over the top.
Right.
Sell Trent, man.
That's not. Let me make sure that.
Okay.
Nolante never says sell Trent, so that's not.
Yeah,
where
exactly. I've never said that. Exactly.
I'm making sure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Brian, 12, JK, witnesses. Yeah, this is recorded. This show.
got your back,
But anyway, exactly. Copyright tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. But anyway, yeah, you know what? Look. No way you should sell him. Of course not. He's a quality footballer. Now I've said his things as Brian said, elegantly said. You know, great. Again, Brian, I'm going to quote your famous quote. You said he's a solution and he's a problem at the same time. So sell him, no. And I understand the thing about the midfield, about where would we sell him. Then you just have to make room. And there's a question I can say on top of that, but I'll wait for later on. But in terms of that midfield position, where do you play him? You make space. Simple as. And what I'm saying is, all I'm saying is, no, he's a world class footballer. We want him there. Bradley, for me, he's on form. Nesby's been solid. So listen, this is not, oh, this shouldn't be Liverpool, oh, because I've got a big name, you get back in. If someone's playing 5, 6 games in a row, they keep the place until they earn it back. And that's what a football club's all about. So I like the way Klopp said, you know what, because in times by he wouldn't. He said, you know what, Trent, you're having a stinker. Like it's just not happening. You coming off. And that's how it should be. So yeah.
Mhm. Okay. How about for you, Brian?
It's obviously madness. You know, you don't. You just don't. There isn't a world where you do it. It would be, I don't know, it would probably be a mutiny first. You would probably make 0.2% of the fan base happy just because they want to be proven right about things. But you would be taking away someone who I think, ideally, perhaps, the midfield thing, like we spoke about last night, it's a let's put Trent in midfield. And that looks like, obviously, Nielante, you notice he plays in midfield when we don't have the ball, right? We all know this, but it's not. I know what you're saying. It's drop the inverted thing. Just put him in midfield all the time. So then that becomes right. Well, who do we? Are we playing a 4-3-3? We're doing it tomorrow. Trent starts, so it's Trent in midfield. First off, does he play 6? Does he play wide 8? Who? Then that does a. Then it's not just Trent. I think they want to play inverted. I don't think inverted as a tactic is going to last that long because it's basically just the whole thing is invented to give you a 4 against 3 in midfield because everyone starts playing a 3-man midfield. It's just a way to give you 4 against 3. I think once teams come up with different ways of kind of counteracting it, I don't think it's going to last as long as a lot of things do.
Mhm.
So I think it's a fairly transitory tactic. But it's just about giving you an overload. So even if we did have Trent in midfield, they'd probably still try and avert something to give you that 4. So that's just what they're going to do. So I just think this is why I don't get paid 12 million quid a year to manage Liverpool. None of us do either. Because how the hell do you actually make this kind of stuff work? And also answer questions about it every 5 minutes and win leagues and win Champions Leagues. It was pretty obvious when we played with a back 4 and he was the world's best attacking right back. And whenever he went forward, Henderson just slotted in and mopped up. That's one of the simplest tactics. And he went around breaking assist records. Like, I kind of like to see him doing that again. You know, that to me isn't outdated. It's not like stoppable now. You know, if we were playing some kind of thing where, say, Alonso comes in and he plays with wing backs, and like Frimpong at Leverkusen is super attacking. You can imagine Trent doing that all day long. But this thing about Trent wants to play in midfield. If Trent wants to play in midfield and he goes into it and he demands it, I don't believe that would happen, by the way. But if he did, well, he can fuck off. And it's the manager's job to make the formation. Thus, it's not for him to say, I want to play in midfield. So, I just think it's one of the really unanswerable questions. It really is. It's like, talk about beyond your pay grade. But every manager's going to try and get this kid on the pitch. So talk of selling him, you know, I said it before that I always wanted to see what we would have to do if he went on a gap year for 12 months. How would we look? What would we play like? Because so much of what we do is based around him. And I'd like to see what we do when we're forced to play without him. And would we play the similar role, make someone else do it? But yeah, I don't want to, like, as I said, the guy just poses so many questions to you. Like, somebody's going to try him as a number 10 because they just can't find somewhere else to put him. You know, they'll try and reinvent that role for him. But I just liked him. He was so good as an attacking right back. He was just so good as just an out-and-out attacking right back. What did he get? Like 20 assists in like 42 games. Just crazy numbers doing that kind of stuff. So if he's interested in doing that again, let him do it. If he's determined to say no, I will only play in midfield. Well, no, that's not the attitude. But again, this all on the new manager. But you can't sell the guy as much as again. Any player walks into the office, says I'm not happy, you sell him immediately. There you go. Those guys go. But if he wants to stay and build a legacy and be captain and retire here, I don't think he's going anywhere. So these conversations this won't be the last of them. I don't think anyone's unlocking him and finding his secret golden position. Is basically what I'm trying to say. I don't think anyone knows the answer.
I think JK, did you have your say on that?
Yeah, just a quick thing about Trent. What we didn't do yesterday and in a lot of games this season is we don't get the ball in from the wings. And yesterday Trent put a ball in yesterday where we nearly got an own goal from. Remember?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm missing. I've been missing that for a long time now. Where
certainly not from the right hand.
Yeah, actually, since Connor came in, he started doing it. You know. Yeah. But Trent put a beauty in yesterday. I'm thinking, Trent, that's what I want to see when you're on the pitch. I don't want to see you hovering around, wasting energy or wasting whatever. I just want you to get that ball and put a ball in where Darwin and Jota can eat something. And he put a beauty in yesterday. I said, yeah, you know what? I want to see more of that. For me, he needs a role. You know, if you're gonna, because I think he's a bit past that right back position. I think he's outgrown it. Maybe I'm just waiting for him to get a free role. And the new manager might see it different. So we'll have to wait. So, but I think if Trent wants to go to the Euros, he needs to put a shift on. If he wants to win us the league this season, he needs to get his head right. And yesterday was a game. Like Trent is a valuable player to this team. He's a future captain for me. I don't think he really wants to go anywhere else. So the topic of where does he play is where, like a lot of players, Gapco, him, Gravenberch, and three guys, where do they play?
I just think it's dangerous when people like start saying the things that they say, like, despite what people think, some of these guys do hear the rumors and the murmurs of the fan bases, you know, and the appreciation of the fan bases for some of these players. Not saying it's going to have that heavy of an impact for them, but, you know, you kind of like putting it out in the universe, like, you know, so many people are like, we don't need Mo Salah, we don't need Trent. I was just like, when I heard those takes, I was just like, wow, that's some reactionary takes. That is some reactionary takes when, you know, you hear that kind of like pushback or those kind of like, you know, suggestions. In my opinion, I'm just like, wow, I just don't see or understand why and where we've got or how we've gotten to this place where we think that, I guess maybe we feel is so entitled that we could think that generational style, you know, generational talent, like world-class talent like this grows on trees apparently, and that they'll just naturally be a part of Liverpool simply because we're Liverpool. And I don't necessarily agree with that take. I love Liverpool, but you know, there's parts and points about it that we have to recognize the fact that, like, you know, a lot of these players, some of these players have always had, you know, they have friends in the game they want to play with, or they have particular coaches they want to play with, or they have certain styles of teams that they want to play with, or maybe it's just they want to play in a certain city, or they want to have the support of certain, you know, or just the city in general because of the climate or the nightlife or whatever it is a part of what they want to be around.
Horseman, look at Gravenberch, yeah? Look at Gravenberch. Gravenberch is a player who knows for a fact that Jurgen Klopp wanted him for 2.5 years, tried to buy him at least twice, and then finally got him. You know, you talk about certain players want to play for certain managers. Like, there's got to, you know, that's a connection there where you got a guy going, right, okay, one of the managers is basically ranked first or second in the world in the last 10 years, has wanted me for 2 years. That's a connection there, yeah. That's a player who's going to want to go and play for that manager, regardless
Right.
of if it's in Liverpool, Leeds, Aston Villa, if they're top, and that's you're talking about. Yeah, those things are so. Yeah, you got to look out for some of those things. I'm not saying these boys signed for Klopp; they signed for Liverpool first and foremost, but
Sure.
they also signed for Jurgen Klopp.
Yes.
They
Big part
definitely
of
did.
it
Like
is because
you
of
would,
Jurgen
yeah,
Klopp.
you would. If you were a player, you'd want to play for the guy. I mean, that's
Yes.
not of course you would. Like, I went there not because it's Jurgen Klopp, it's Liverpool and it's Jurgen Klopp and it's Premier League and it's money and it's hopefully Champions League. But the boss is one of the main things, so you have to forge those other connections as well. But they are a big part of it. Like, it's wanting to play. Like, we all know, the South Americans, they grew up dreaming of playing for Real Madrid, Barcelona, or Barcelona and Real Madrid. That's kind of it, because that's where they're heroes. Like, that's it. They go and do other things, but those connections are always there.
Yeah.
The English kids grow up wanting to play for United, Liverpool. So the emotional thing is stronger than you think as well. But unfortunately, these days, money starts to kind of, your dream club can come in, but if
Mhm.
Chelsea offer you an extra 60 grand a week, well, unfortunately, I think that extra 60 grand a week is doing a lot more talking now than it used to be.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
so
Yeah. Look,
I think
Messi had a lot. Messi had a lot of options, a lot of places, a lot of options to decide where he wanted to go to as being for his next team. But when someone goes, "Hey, we'll give you a percentage of the club," or we'll give you, we'll give you X amount more than you would see at this team or that team, all of a sudden, those things have impacts too. Money moves everything around me type concept sometimes. So that has impact as well, for sure.
in fairness to Messi, he was actually, a lot of people know, but he turned down the deal that he was getting with Miami and the idea of living in America as opposed to Saudi Arabia. Like
Made
you
a
say, it's
difference.
not just
Made a difference.
it's not just the wages that he was getting there. He turned down 500 million a year from Saudi, plus huge sponsorship deals with certain companies, probably about maybe 700 million a year in total, worth tax free,
Jeez, that's
to go
crazy.
and. Oh yeah, no, it was what they offered him was, like, they offered certain players a lot of money, but what they offered Messi was shares in oil companies, ambassador roles
Mhm.
for all these different companies, and basically around 500 million a year for 2 years in wages. And he was one of the few players in the world that has so much money already. He was like, no, I'm going to take about a quarter of that, or maybe even a fifth of that, to play for Miami, because with all the stuff you get with that. But most players, not that obviously no one else is going to get offered a deal like that, but he was probably the only footballer on the planet that was already rich enough to just go, nah, you can keep that
Yeah,
500 million a year. I'm cool. Like,
yeah,
it's like, gee, wow,
yeah.
okay. Miami must be
Well,
nice. That's all I'm saying. I know. I don't know you. I'm sure you know Miami. Miami must be pretty nice.
yeah, no, it is. It is. And especially for if you, I mean, the Latin community there is incredible. So, him, finding a niche or finding, comfortability of people speaking Spanish around them and the food and
And
everything,
that
and all the different things about like his own family being able to like, somewhat like, be able to fit in essence, a little bit easier
and that's
than
basically a brand new club, right? That's the new. That Inter's only a new club, right?
technically yes. Not it's
Yeah.
not it's not it's not like there's been there's been already another expansion by the MLS, and I think they're even thinking about making another expansion too. Coming up in the next year, they want to get one. I think before the World Cup ends up being here. But yeah, Inter is one of the newer because the name for the team was being back and forth with Inter Miami, and everything, that they were trying to do a lawsuit against them to try to get them to drop the Inter portion of it. But yes, Miami is one of the newer teams here that's
Beckham's fault, right?
That's Beckham's, yeah.
Beckham.
Because there was a Miami team, but it was just but this new version of Miami, at least, is the new version of Miami team, I should say. That's a better way of putting it. There's a new version. This is the new version.
As much as I don't like I'm an Inter. Yeah, again, I say I'm a Liverpool fan. I only support one club, but the other team I like is Inter Milan. And as much as I don't like the way that they've taken it, it isn't really that. It's not that bad, but they've taken it. And Inter Miami is kind of a cool name. I got to admit, because a lot of the names of clubs aren't great. Like, they're a bit clunky. But Beckham was like, no, Inter Miami sounds cool. Trust me, Inter Miami sounds cool. We're not calling it like the Miami All Stars Southern League, blah 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 blah. He was like, no, look, I know what a football club should sound like. Inter Miami sounds cool. And
I mean,
it sounds
Beckham's smart. Beckham's is a smart guy when it comes to business. He knows what sells, and he knows what it takes. I mean, yeah, he's definitely smart.
Well on football talent alone.
Yeah. What is this thing? This is another update. Honestly, saying sources close to Al Etihad indicated that they have not given up hope on Salah and were prepared to pay up to £200 million for the winger. Package offered to player was worth around $1.5 million per week.
He would have been paid more than that, by the way.
He probably would have gotten even more than $1.5 million. He probably got closer to like $2 million a week at least, or something like that, just to start.
No, Benzema's on double that. He wouldn't have been on.
Is Benzema on $4 million a week?
He's on about $3 million a week. Yeah, but he tried to leave the club. But
whatever Benzema's making, that Mo should get that plus whatever.
Yeah, Mo's on top of the table.
More important for Mo. What?
Yeah, Mo's on top of the table with goal involvements this season. 14 goals, 8 assists. So they can offer a big money for him this season. It just depends on. I'd rather him stay for another year than his contract's gone. So when you look at the owners, when they were looking at that situation, I can feel they could say, that's another Coutinho payday. It would have paid for all his wages. It would pay for everything, his fee. So I can see Mo Salah going at the end of the season.
Okay. Can I ask a question about that? Yeah, can I ask what between you guys? Because I was saying this the other night that if Klopp had stayed, I would have said that the chances of Salah leaving this summer would have been around 10 to 15%. But the moment Klopp left, in my mind, that went up to around 60 to 65%. Because it has a kind of a symmetry to it. Because I always thought they'd both leave in the same summer, but I thought it would be next summer, 2025.
Right.
I'm wondering, would you agree with that? That the chances of him leaving, not saying, this means, I'm not saying he's leaving because Klopp is, but just in my mind, it's gone from, he won't be going anywhere. Not as long as it's gone. Well, actually, this gives him an opportunity maybe to say, well, I started my career with Klopp. We've won it all. We've done it all, especially if we win a league title. If God is good, we win something and he gets to sign. Like, what a way to sign up. And also, like you say, that gives that new manager that 100 to 150 million war chest. So what would you agree with that? Like, in my mind, say the chances of him going left have increased by, let's say, 50%. What would you be on board with that? Or
yes, I mean, I could not to cut across JK, but my interpretation of it is yes, that's spot on. In that, if there was ever an out he's provided outs to every player that has played underneath his reign, and to be able to say, hey, you know what, like the comments by Virgil were spot on in that depending on the next coach, we'll see what my feelings are on whether I'm a fit for this team any longer or going forward. However, like anything, you don't know until we know who the next boss is. Who knows if you want to play for that boss or not? Like it has nothing to do with like you not having a love for Liverpool. It has nothing to do with you not wanting to see the best for Liverpool. If anything, him and as well as Salah might be doing the best things for Liverpool by at least saying, like for Salah, for instance, saying, okay, well, this is I can't pass up on this opportunity for his family, or he's saying, he can, this just the cultural reasons alone. Maybe that's the reason why he wants to do it. But you're right. This is by Klopp leaving, it provides a window for every player on this team, because you can't argue that every player on this team is here because of Jurgen Klopp's influence. I'm not saying that they're here solely because Jurgen Klopp. I'm not saying that they're this or that because of just because of Klopp. I'm just saying that his influence and his connections to these players is a meaningful one. And if he's not here, then that might make some people say, okay, well, maybe it's time for me to move on too, and I can be accepting of that as well. So I hope that they don't choose that way, but I can understand them doing that. JK, you can give your answer.
Yeah, it just makes business sense. I feel as soon as Klopp said he's leaving, alarm bells started ringing. Who's going to leave at the end of the season? And I think Salah makes business sense for FSG. They're going to think, you know what, we're going to get a new guy in instead of us putting our hands in our own pockets. We get rid of Salah. We can give the guy 150 million to build what he needs to do. So for me, I feel it's all going to fall in place now. I feel Klopp leaving, Salah, as Brian said, he increases the potential of him going to like 70, 80, even to 80%, I would believe now. I can't really see Salah here next season. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I'm already preparing myself for Salah not to be here next season. As soon as he made that announcement, I was like mentally preparing myself for, okay, there's a high likelihood that Salah uses this opportunity to make the exit that much easier, in the sense of like the emotional toil that he'll have to go through in making that decision. So,
especially with a few trophies to sign off with. I mean, with the league title. I mean, how many times? I mean, 12 man. You're a big basketball fan. I don't know, Jake. I think you know your basketball as well, and I know it's slightly different in terms of like an individual player can go to an individual team and kind of just win them a title if they're super elite. And so you might have a guy who goes right, like say Michael Robinson at San Antonio Spurs? Is that a guy? Is that a thing? He used to have a video game.
I think you're thinking of
it was a Robinson game, and he played for the Spurs on PlayStation or Mega Drive. There was a game, and it was like the guy who played for Spurs, and he was Robinson. And I always think of him as like that guy who never won anything because he played for the Spurs. He probably won loads of stuff, right?
I think you're maybe mixing up Spurs with the Spurs in
England. It is.
I think the Spurs in America won a bunch of championships.
Yeah, the San Antonio Spurs. But no, what I'm saying is like Salah is that kind of guy who is like might just want to win one more. And if we do win the league this year, that's such a cut and run job. It's like, hang on, let's just end the movie here. Why do a silly little sequel? This is the perfect ending. Klopp goes, Salah goes, league title, walk off into the sunset.
Yeah.
Like AK says, it's all falling into place.
Oh, you're talking about David Robinson, by the way. Okay,
David Robinson, right. So you get to
Yeah.
hand that then to the new manager who, again, it is a bit of a, oh, hang on, right, thanks for taking away the Salah bit that might have given me a great bridge to the new team. So maybe that's another thing. But if he is leaving, I know I was in the camp where if he was leaving, I'd rather he left on a free and stayed for 2 years and kept chalking up those numbers every week. But if it's a new project, it's a new time, Klopp is going, 1 year of Salah or 150 million quid from some insane Saudi club that's basically going to give, I mean, you could spend that badly. But it's going to give you potentially the best leg up. Like JK said, it's business and it's good sense. And also, the last point I'll make on it is, and I don't think Virgil's going anywhere, by the way. I just think Virgil is an incredibly forthright, honest, intelligent person who was asked a question, and this Klopp pointed this out. He's like, "Oh, why did Virgil say what he said?" He's like, "Yeah, he was asked the fucking question, and he answered. That's why he said what he said. He didn't call together a press conference and put a statement out to his agent. No, he was asked the question and he gave you an answer, which basically said
he had to after, which is just unfortunate. He had to make a press conference, not a press conference, but he had to do like I'm committed. He made a video saying I'm committed. I'm like,
that would have been requested by the media department at the club to kind of head off the thing. But basically, look, Virgil is 33 in the summer. Mo is 32, 33. If Virgil was 27 and Mo was 27, and we're having this is different. But this is also kind of come to the end of career type stuff. So it's not entirely. It's like, where will you be in 3 years, Virgil? Like, I'll be 36, man. How the hell do I know? This is football. We get an injury tomorrow, and you know it. So if they were main players at 27 years of age, this would be a problem. But it's nowhere near as big an issue as, you know, the Virgil thing was just a guy answering a question and not giving you a bullshit answer, which is what fans always complain about, is players giving media trained bullshit answers. Well, he just came out and said, well, I've been here this time of time. I'm 32, 33. I've 18 months left on my deal. The manager assigned me is leaving. Hey, yeah. Let's see. He basically said, let's see what happens when the new manager comes. And we go from there.
Did Wenger? So Wenger visited the Liverpool training grounds apparently, and this is what Honesty is saying. He says they have, and that we haven't won against Arsenal in the Premier League in the last 4 meetings since he has. Okay. So we have to blame Wenger for the loss today. It's a specialist in failure. I want to know, what did he bring with him? Did he bring some dodgy lasagna, or did he what did he do? What did Wenger? Did he leave some bad luck, juju or something somewhere in the grounds?
And he's got a football brain, Wenger. He's just done a scan, worked out everything. It's like, all right, Joe, nice with a cup of tea, you know. He's a very clever guy, Wenger. You know, he is realizing everything.
I wouldn't put it past him. That's what I'm saying. That's the reason why I'm saying it that way. I wouldn't put it past him. Also, you got to keep in mind that yes, we do have the contracts for Trent as well. Trent is three of our major players: Trent, Virgil, and Salah, and there's a fourth in there too, I think. But those and
Alisson,
and Alisson, right?
Yeah.
I thought Ali signed an extension recently, but I'm not positive if it extends past 2025.
Now, I'm not blaming Honesty for this, because I know Honesty has just copied and pasted that. I know that's not Honesty's words, but that kind of wording just annoys the shit out of me. We have reportedly open talks with Trent, who is also set to walk away from the club unless a breakthrough. Get the hell out of here with this kind of crap.
Yeah, I know. That's not Honesty's words per se.
Honestly, that's all over Twitter. That.
But I agree that that's the
Actually,
same. That's the same stuff. The same bull crap that I was calling out when it came to like Klopp leaves Liverpool, and I'm like, he leaves Liverpool, leaving. Okay, I can understand that. Yes, he will be leaving Liverpool at the end of the year, but we're still in the middle of the campaign. He's still here, so that's disingenuous to say he's leaving or he's as if he's already left the building type thing.
No, my sister said that to me today. My sister, who knows nothing about football, who I haven't spoken to in about a week and a half, she said to me, did the Liverpool manager left? I heard he left. You know?
Yeah, but those narratives are dangerous. That's exactly what I'm saying too.
It's like
sometimes like if you allow those narratives to grow, they can get kind of ugly with the interpretation of everything.
Yeah, Trent is set to walk away. No, basically that's just a different way of writing. His contract expires in 2025.
Right.
So yeah, unless a breakthrough can be made, it's like unless he signs a new deal, his deal will end in 2025. That's basically all that headline is saying. But it's like, oh no, they're trying to get him to sit down, and he's set to walk away from the club. Oh no.
That's the sort of Pepper version that is there. Honestly, that's what. Honestly, just copied that and pasted it because over Twitter,
I know
that'll be written everywhere. Yeah, 100%.
These guys, man, they're just like it's the fear mongering never stops. Fear mongering.
Right. Again, it's not. We're not honesty. We're not saying that you're trying to fear monger at all. You're just actually just putting what it is, which is
these people like. It was another comment again. I know it wasn't a comment. It was another headline that Honesty put up there earlier on, which again is a total clickbait title that they're going to be putting up for people. It's like Arsenal and Liverpool tried to sign Mbappe, but they walked away when they found out what the wages were. Basically,
it's like that's not. It's not. Yeah. They knew the wages before. They knew the wages way before going in. So it's not. You know what I mean?
You don't walk. You don't walk into the Rolls Royce dealership and then turn around and walk out because you realize
because the prices
it costs more than 50 grand. I mean, this is like these people like the first thing they know. Do you remember when tapping up used to be a thing? Do you remember that, JK? When tapping up used to be a thing, and you could report clubs for speaking to a player before you spoke to the club. Like the people used to get fined for that. Now it's the opposite way around. Now that used to go on all the time, and as soon as the first club got fined for it, so it was basically like you and all your mates are drinking, and you get fined for it. All your other mates are like, that ain't like there was 20 of us, and one of us got fined for drinking. We were all drinking. He's not happy about this. So we got to get rid of this law that says you can't drink because everyone's doing it. Like literally everybody is doing this. And a couple of people are getting caught for it. So let's just stop making it a rule because we're not going to stop doing it. So now they just worked it the other way around where you got Fabrizio Romano, he'll do like how a transfer works. And he'd be like stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. Like stage 8 is, and then they contact the owner club. Like they go to the player, the agent, they find out how much money he wants, they find all that stuff, and then they make an official bid.
Right.
Whereas you're supposed to make
stages.
So many stages. Legally, you're supposed to make an official bid, and then you're allowed to do all those things.
Right.
But the clubs are just like, nah, like F that. Like they've got agents on speed dial. And when it's right at the last moment, then they just threw that rule out the window. Yeah, it was the VVD thing. It's why we didn't sign him until the January. Because we had to pull out this fake apology thing going, oh, sorry, because Southampton, who have been tapping players up themselves, just lower down the food chain, been tapping them up for years. They didn't like it and just decided to report us.
Yeah,
So
there
it's
was
just like,
also it was
oh,
like who was it? There was a player, Luis, what's his last name? He plays in Portugal. He was one of the players that we were apparently going to go. I think it was one or two of the players. I think it was Luis. Let me double check. There was a player that in the Portuguese league that we were looking to like possibly get. We were possibly looking to bring in, but apparently we had like you just said, we had talked to him, or even Colwell. Colwell is another player. Apparently, like we were so. You remember when we were so heavily linked with Colwell, and apparently like Chelsea found out that we had maybe spoken to him or something. I think they made a big thing about it. I don't know.
yeah, and they all do it. And like
They all do it.
JK,
Yeah.
JK, I'm sure you know your football. I know my football, but a player from Portugal called Luis. That's about as that's some real minimal information to work off. That's some
Yeah.
real players called Luis from Portugal. That who we were supposed to sign as centre back. Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're
Yeah.
all at it. Like everybody that Southampton signed with the money that we gave them from Van Dijk, they
Mm-hmm.
did what we did. They spoke to the players
Yeah.
and the agents first.
Yep. Basically.
So I'm glad they never officially got rid of it. So that's the thing. You can still kind of, if you want to be a dick about things, you can report the club for it. And it's usually happened because they didn't do things the way you wanted it to do. And yeah, okay, if you're a big say you do it in a real Billy Big Boots kind of style, and you go in and you're Chelsea, and you go and start tapping up an Arsenal player, you make it really obvious and have a dinner with him in a restaurant. Yeah, you're going to piss people off. Like the John Henry thing when Arsenal tried to buy Spire.
I was going to say like PSG with Mo Salah apparently, having the dinner.
Yeah.
You didn't see those pictures of him, quote unquote, having dinner with them or something like that.
Yeah, I've seen these. Oh, we just happened to be in the same restaurant in Paris, so we sat down and yada yada. Right. It was just we weren't having dinner. I was just sat at the table. Okay. Him writing freaking massive big numbers on a napkin and just sliding it across the table.
Yeah, exactly. So it is what it is. Man, it's a lot that we have to like engage in when it comes to players, enticing them. I mean, hell, one of the reasons why Chelsea's in so much trouble as is right now is because of the things that they were doing with a lot of their, signings and possibly, and they had like an underage signing apparently or something like that involved in there, and like which could be considered trafficking. It's some crazy ways that the rules and everything else are definitely bent and definitely maneuvered to try to bring in a lot of these players, because there's just so many outlets, so many different places that they can go to, so many different teams vying for them. Unlike NBA or something like that, there's the NBA, and then there's like a few leagues in Europe or something like that, or maybe a couple leagues in like Brazil or Argentina, but like it's not, those basketball leagues aren't even close to the level that the football leagues in Europe or Africa or any of the other places are. Not even close, when it comes to prominence. But it is what it is. Look, we had a bad game against Arsenal. I think we're under the pretense of pushing it past that, moving on. Everyone has a bad day at the office. Let's just consider it that. And I think more so for me, I'm more interested in what happens next, as in not even so much more so with Burnley, because I know Burnley will be at home, it'll be at Anfield, it'll be a little bit different story, different settings and everything else. But what the next 2-3 games bring for us, that's more of where and how, if we can get on that winning streak again, we get on this winning streak. Hey, our future is still in our hands. That's how I see it. We win out. Guess what? We win the league. That's simple. We win out from here on in the league. We win the league. It's that simple. So it's in our hands. Not saying that that's an easy accomplishment. Not saying that we should have expectations of winning all of our games. But I am saying that, hey, we do it. We've got a title. Brian, do you want to have any last words before we land this plane?
No, I can't deny what you said. If we win every game from here on out, we're going to win the league. And I'd like to go along with the optimism of it, and just take, like you said, basically draw a line under what happened yesterday, and everybody can look at it and go, right, there's the video of the last time he ever played that badly under me. And that's hopefully all you can do, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4 trophies still on the table. So if that's our bottom moment of the season, then I'll take it as that. You got to take one on the chin and move on.
Yeah,
so,
just move on. It hurts as Arsenal. Yeah.
Yeah, like you said, let's get it to City at Anfield. That's my next kind of touchstone. Let's get it to City at Anfield, where we're either level or a point, and that would be the win that, and then I think we can push on.
Yep. Enough said. How about JK? You got any last parting words before we land the plane?
Yeah, I just wanted to say what we're quickly saying about the football topic. When you look at football all in all, they're paying more money now for people and players, and the quality has gone downhill. It's like with chocolate crisps, it costs more money, but the quality has gone down, so it's the same in football, And I think in the future for us guys, say again, Brian?
Man, chocolate and crisps, you're absolutely spot on. Lucozade and Coke, everything tastes. They've taken the sugar out of things and the fat out of things, and they charge you more, and the packets are smaller and the portions are smaller.
Exactly. Yeah, but you still end up paying the price even more,
Pay the same, if not, there's no pay the same, if not more.
Yeah. And the same with football, bro. Like when you look at the quality of managers now, we need a manager, yeah? You cannot name me 3 that you are 100% sure are going to come and do a job. You can't even probably name 2. Is a gamble? No chance, bro. And this is like, why us fans end up paying €140 or £140 for a football shirt now? All these topics like we don't really talk about, but it just boils down that players are going to get 500 grand a week and stuff like that, And I think, okay, but where's the quality?
Yeah.
Salah is the top scorer in the Premier League. The guy's 30 odd years old. You would think in 2024 there'll be more and more better players.
Yeah. Quality. No, you're right, man. Yeah. No, you're honest, but like, if you were to take the quality to wages ratio, we've never had better players. But for the money that a lot of them get, there are a lot of really, really average footballers on 80, 90 grand a week. It's it's a fact. Like and you look at some clubs out there that, unless you're one of the really best run clubs, and we give a lot of credit to players, but 90%, 95% of club income turnover is spent on player wages. It literally all goes into players' pockets. Some clubs in the championship, it's over 100% goes on players' wages. So the players earn good coin out of this, and it is you going into a shop and having to spend 140 quid to buy a shirt. It's all going in to get the next guy an extra 10 grand a week, so he'll join you instead of joining Roma.
You don't mind if your team or club is actually winning things or looking to win things. Imagine you're a big, like, I don't know, Chelsea fan, for example. You're putting all that money in and they've spent it. You gave the guy, this is what I'm saying about football. Did Pochettino choose all them guys on that field who played against Wolves the other day? I want to know how many of them players did he want? And this is what I'm understanding about football. They're giving people money to spend on football. Maybe he's from America and he studied politics. There's a guy at Yale University. He will get a top job in football soon. They're saying he's gonna like a lot of people are after him because he's a data analyst and stuff. But I don't think he knows anything really about football, and I think football's heading in that way. You know.
Yeah.
That was something I wanted to ask you, Qualfan, quickly. Is what if any profile or talk is there about Todd Bowley in America? Is like what's happening at Chelsea? I know it won't make big news in America, but is that something that people in America know about, or what's his reputation in America?
What's his rep? So Todd Bowley is also connected to the Dodgers here in America. Yeah. So, another Blues. They're the Blues here too. So but the LA Dodgers, I think they just signed the biggest signature in MLB history. Okay. It's one of those things where, they've gotten titles obviously at LA, but when it comes to Bowley, it's for me, it's unique in that I don't know if there's that much of a difference between Roman and Bowley in that they think that money can solve everything. Like when it comes to solving the problems, it's not necessarily, hey, we should get a better system or we should get a better coach that will create a better system, have the patience to do so. For me, it's like with Bowley, I think there's more just in terms of money and how they go about their, dealing with their personnel and the players. I think there's more in common between Bowley and Roman than people think, because they don't hesitate to spend money. Like, as in, they'll spend, if it comes down to it, they'll spend the money. If it's the biggest name on the sheet, they'll spend the money. They might even do things out of spite sometimes, just to get the best player and not be overlooked and overshadowed in the papers or in the headlines the next day.
Yeah.
And I know that, for instance, Manchester United does that kind of stuff as to what kind of impact is this player going to have on our visibility type thing or something. So when it comes to Bowley, I think that Todd Bowley knows Todd Bowley is willing to make large expenditures in order to be a headline, to be someone that is going to be make whatever team that he's representing relevant. That's just it. Because I don't even know. I'd have to look it up, but I forget the name. I think he just signed the Japanese player, or either the Japanese or the Korean player, the pitcher, I think. But
because that was one thing I thought about when Thingy came in, NESV as it was at the time, and then FSG. I was kind of saying, like, these American guys, people saying, oh, they're not used to this or not used to that. And I was like, I'd always thought to myself, like, yeah, well, look, yeah, they're not used to having to pay huge transfer fees for people. That's something that's different.
That's different. That's different.
But what I always said was, like, John Henry, I can guarantee this. Oh, they won't do this. They won't do that. It's like, I know for a fact, like, the Boston Red Sox will have given contracts to baseball players that are some of the biggest sports contracts ever given, like the wages that they pay. So the idea of paying a thing, but paying wages to a player isn't going to scare John Henry. Like the idea of, say, like an Mbappe thing, like he would totally get the idea of paying Mbappe 4 times more than anybody else in the squad because he's an MVP, he's an Mbappe. It was like they were never going to be scared away by. Yeah, like these like, until some of the contracts in Saudi, those contracts that were getting handed out in American sport, especially in baseball, were always like world record. They were always like the world record. So they're not afraid to give a guy millions a week. Basically, they're not. So I always said, like, no, don't be worried about the fact that FSG won't be prepared to spend big on a player. It's like they're looking at $100,000 a week, going, no, we're lining up some like $60 million mega deal for Jose Gutierrez, some pitcher. Yeah, we're just about to make some guy the highest paid player in world sport. They're not afraid of those big numbers.
No, I don't think. I think that people overstate that for the Red Sox. For him, because I know that they had a player that that they should have resigned. He was one of the better players in baseball. They let him go. He ended up going to a team and getting that contract. But I mean, as for Boley alone, I mean, they just signed Otani, okay, and they signed. So put it this way, money is not an issue because they just signed the baseball player that I just mentioned to a 10-year, $700 million contract.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. Baseball, yeah, maybe not just the Red Sox. I just mean baseball itself. It's just
that was this year, exactly. Yeah. That's this year. So while Boley is dishing out billions upon billions, billions into Chelsea, he's also just he just signed a player to a $700 million contract, a 10-year, $700 million contract. That is in Major League Baseball, unlike in American football, you can sign these big deals and not see all that money. Okay, you can sign that big deal in American football and not see that all the money that you signed for, because you could get an injury or you could retire or whatever might happen. You just don't see that money. But baseball, basketball, that's guaranteed. As soon as you put pen to paper, no matter if this player injures himself and is never able to play another game in his life, he is still going to see $700 million.
Crazy.
Absolutely incredible.
So if he walks out the office, he signs a contract, walks out the office, falls down the stairs, breaks his arm, never plays properly again, he's still getting $700 million.
Yep, because it happened to a friend of mine. So I know. Mo Vaughn signed a huge contract. Speaking of Mo Vaughn, speaking of the Red Sox, he played for the Red Sox, signed a huge contract with the Mets, right? Went to New York, played I don't know. I mean, there's 160 games or something like that in baseball, in a year. He played maybe 30, 40 games or something stupid, right? Played one quarter of the year practically, and still got every last penny of his contract. No matter, just because did not matter, they didn't play again really for the Mets. Bobby Bonilla, another player for the Mets. So many players for the Mets, unfortunately, but all the same, these guys are just. It is absolutely incredible. The money that they make, and it's all guaranteed. Basketball, same way. I try to reference this often. A-Rod or Alex Rodriguez was the first time that the money train really opened, and it was never looking back. When he signed like a $250 million contract, and at the time, to say you're about to make $250 million playing baseball was out of the question, or just unheard of. But it's not the case anymore. These guys make. I mean, that's not even including obviously their deals with Nike or Adidas or whatever there is, their deals, their other advertisement deals. But these guys are making money. Honesty says this about that. He goes, the Dodgers will pay Otani $700 million over the next 20 years. This is structured as $2 million in salary per paid each year for the next 10 years, while Otana is actually wearing Dodger blue. Compensation paid every July 1st from 2034 to 2043. Jeez, man.
Okay, so you get the rest of that contract in installments every year
Yeah.
for. Okay.
That's sick.
Wow,
It's
that's a
still sick.
hell of a deal.
It's
It's a hell
still
of a
sick, dude.
deal.
Yeah.
Oh
It's
yeah,
still
you
a
can
pretty
say to
sick.
your bank manager. No, you can walk into your bank manager and say, "I need a loan for $50 million." And they're like, "What's the backup?" There you go.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah.
go. I want to buy, I want to buy enough real estate to build 3 hotels. You'll get the financing for it because you've got guaranteed income for next what's that, 25 years?
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
just give me, you can go off and do whatever you want. And I'm assuming when these guys to get these deals, then your endorsements go through the roof. You're now, that's just Sports Illustrated front cover, all that crap.
Yeah.
But that's why I
For
don't ever
Alex,
see them shying away
Yep,
from
same
the.
goes for cricket. Same goes for
yeah, I was gonna
cricket in the
say Alex
IPL in
Rodriguez.
India. Yeah.
Are
Alex
they paying that kind of money?
Rodriguez. I'll let you. What'd you say, JK?
Yeah, I was just saying, like the IPL in India, the cricket is like the number one Premier League cricket league. So it's as big as the Premier League in England. They're like the number one. Everyone goes there. Australians, English players, and they're on whack as well. There, they get good paid. Well, it's the highest paid league in the world. And since it's started, the advertisement money is coming in crazy.
In
They're getting
droves.
adverts
In
for
droves.
yeah.
Absolutely.
So
Yep.
so they're making good money out of it, and I think the standard is getting better, of course, because I watch a lot of cricket. I like cricket, and I think when you look at players, English players will rather spend half the year in India and earn that money than stay in England and play county cricket, for example. Like Warwickshire against Somerset or whatever. They'd rather go to India 6 months of the year, earn good top wages, than play international cricket in between. So I think sport is money based now. Capitalism is taken over it, and that's why all these guys are playing too many games. They're going on tours. As soon as the season's finished, we're going to America in a few weeks' time, then maybe Canada, do a tour there. It's like overdrive for the players.
No, you're right. No, you're right.
But we want signings. We want these signings, and as long as we drive that insatiable thirst for new players to outwit our rivals, then the club is going to turn around to you and say, "Well, I'm not spending my own money."
Right.
I'm not going to and what lunatic would try and spend the money to run a football club on their own to fund 180 grand a week wages for not even the best players in your squad.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this is if it people have been saying for a long time that the football bubble is going to burst. I don't really think it ever will. I just think it will kind of just slowly grow and grow and grow. But the amount of money that goes into players' pockets is
No, yeah.
far
It's
too much.
incredible.
When you
I've
look at
been
what
look at what
it's not right. No, it's just not right. Like you're talking about a sport that isn't what it used to be, but it's still at its core a working class sport. But the money now that these players earn, it's kind of makes it seem otherworldly. These things are not really connectable anymore. It's like a kid in a in a low income poverty house looking at some rapper on MTV with 800 grand's worth of jewelry on. Well, fake jewelry probably, but it's just they're not two worlds that connect anymore.
No,
It's
they're not.
football.
There's a lot of different there's a lot of different ways and divisions that we see, and we connect these people as being, oh well, you're just like you and me. No, they're make the money that these people
I
make
mean, at our
is
level. I
so
mean,
beyond.
at our level. Yeah, at our level,
Yeah.
we forget that a lot of people's sport clubs that have 8,000 fans every week. Just
Right.
like at the upper level. At the upper level, we
Right.
forget that we don't. Not everyone supports Premier League clubs, but
Right,
Yeah,
right, and that's
the
why that's
disconnect
what I
is
mean.
real.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
the
I mean
disconnect is real.
I totally understand what you're saying, and I meant
Yeah.
like also with myself, like I mentioned A-Rod for instance. A-Rod originally signed with the Texas Rangers in the year 2000 on a deal worth $252 million. Okay, that was just
23 years
in two,
ago.
and keep that in mind.
Wow.
We're talking about
Wow.
the year 2000. Okay, the year
That's $1 billion.
2000.
That's $1 billion
That's like
now, man.
exactly
That is.
inflation and all that other stuff. Yeah,
Oh, sport inflation. Take sport inflation into that. Like, forget
yeah,
inflation. Take away sports wages have gone up. That's definitely $1 billion deal.
exactly. But
Wow,
Brian,
22 years ago, man. That's insane.
yeah, but Brian, that wasn't his first because you know what? He then went on to the Yankees and signed another. And in 2007, 7 years later, he signed with the Yankees for $275 million in another 10 years. So imagine being that guy, being someone that signed two deals over $250 million each in 2000 and 2007. That's like 15, it's like 17 years ago, and if not 24 years ago, this guy signed those kinds of deals. And now we're talking about players signing 10 years, $700 million deals. Honestly, put in the quote about Bobby Bonilla, who I was speaking about earlier. Bobby Bonilla signed his deal. This guy signed, what year was that too? It was like a little bit after A-Rod. But Bobby Bonilla's deal, this guy is still going to make $5.2 million from the Mets until 2035. And I'm not talking, again, these players, Bobby Bonilla is not the next coming of Babe Ruth. You know what I mean? It's not,
Yeah, but
we're
what
not
about
talking about
A-Rod?
Hank Aaron or something.
Did A-Rod end up being good?
Oh, yeah. A-Rod was definitely one of the better players or, whatever you want to say. But, yeah, Bobby Bonilla signed 30, at the time it was a big deal, but Bonilla is 60 years old right now. He hasn't played a baseball game since 2001, but he continues to be paid. But he'll be continued to be paid until he's 72 years old, turning $5.9 million into $30 million. Basically, that's what they're saying in a deferred contract with the whopping interest and everything else like that. That's just incredible, man. He's getting paid until he's 72 years old.
It makes sense.
He hasn't
now
played
that
since 2001.
Yeah, Boldy's like, just give them all a 10-year contract. That makes sense. It's like, yeah, I used to signing these people up on what, like, seems like 35-year deals.
Yeah.
But okay, yeah, fine if that's, but that ain't gonna work anymore. Close some loopholes on them.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely madness. Some of the deals that get put out in America, deals that get, you look at Mbappe's deal. His deal's ridiculous too, though. His deal's ridiculous too. I mean, the money he's making at PSG is nothing as in you look at it, you could put it this way, Mbappe's salary is so outrageous, comparatively speaking, on a team that has other superstars up on it. It's not like PSG only has Mbappe on it. If you were to take €1 million off of his deal, off of his yearly or weekly, or I think it is his weekly contract, he would still be the highest paid player on PSG. That's how incredible his deal is.
I couldn't understand what he was doing, right? And I think I finally figured it out, because what I said he was doing was there's basically kind of two clubs on the planet that can afford him and that he'd want to play for. PSG and Real Madrid. And what he was doing was locking himself into a situation where he was already at one of the clubs that could afford him, and he was pricing himself out every time he signed one of these new deals. He was pricing himself out at a really young age of chance of moving to the other club he clearly really wants to play for, which is Real Madrid. And I couldn't understand why he was doing it. And I couldn't understand why he signed a new deal. I think what he's done is he's back ending his career. He's flipped it. What most people would do is go get the career shit done. You know, he would have gone to Real Madrid a couple of years ago, winning Champions Leagues, winning titles, winning all of that stuff, and then go and get the money. I think what he's done is basically if he leaves Madrid in the summer or leaves PSG in the summer, he will have made so much money at PSG that I was always like, oh, he'll have to take a pay cut. He'll have to take a pay cut like an idiot. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to take a pay cut. He's already made it really clear that he's going to take a massive pay cut to go to Real Madrid. He's not going there wanting a bigger contract, because what he's done is in his first 4 or 5 years is he's made his bank now. It's already there. Now he's going to go and win the title. And he's just going to go, yeah, I'll take, obviously not a pittance. It's not a pittance, but he'll go and take, yeah, no, don't worry, Madrid. I don't expect you to match this madness, insanity PSG deal that I'm on, because I'm not an idiot.
Right.
Nobody's going to do that.
Right.
I'm going to take your highest offer, which may be probably around 350, 400 grand a week. And he's already agreed to make an image rights thing to give them more money and take more, because like he's already just basically made about 300-400 million, and he's banked that. He's like 25 now. Now I'll go and win league title. I think he's done it the opposite way around. So that's why I don't think we should be wrong.
I can see what you're saying.
Yeah, no, that's just me working it out in my head because I couldn't understand. He was waiting for Madrid. No, yeah, because it was like, oh, he can't possibly go there and get a better deal. Because everyone has it in their head that they will always ask for more money. This is the point I'm trying to make. They will always ask for more money. I think what Mbappe has done is like, no, you're cool. The PSG have just given me more money than I ever spent. Now we can go in.
I mean, they've already done it. He's already done them a favor by seeing out his contract and not resigning. He could have done PSG a solid and said, hey, I'll sign a year extension. And now if they want me and they really want me, they'll have to come in and get me. And at least you'll get a piece. But nope. He's like, I'm good. I'm going to let all that money. But you think about it, all the money that they're the 200, 300, 400, whatever they would have to spend, million, they would have to spend as a release, as the transfer fee for him. That can now all get acclimated towards his contract, in my opinion.
He's a clever boy.
Yeah. It's gonna be Mbappe to LFC when he's 33. Yeah, okay. LFC. And Chris Angel's asking if this is a positive show or a negative one. A little bit of both today.
Negative.
But I just, you know what, I don't know what Real Madrid's going to do once it's, considering Real Madrid's team. We obviously we all had our looks at what Real Madrid was when we went in our draft, and I just don't know how. Bringing Mbappe is a no-brainer. Got you. Understood. One of the best players in the world, if not the best. But what's that say to Junior Vinicius? I mean, what's that say? Huh?
Yeah, he's got to go. No, you're right. It ain't no question. He's got to go. Yeah.
He's got to go. You can't. There's no way. I mean, and someone might well say play him on the other side. They've got talent on the other side as well. It's not like you can just say, "Oh, well, we'll just stick him on the right wing," or we'll just stick Vinicius. Vinicius Jr. doesn't play striker, so I mean, it's not like you can stick him in the middle there. And Mbappe's already said he's not playing striker, So I mean, what do you do?
Endrick. Don't forget about Endrick.
I haven't. As a player, I would have loved to have seen, get moved to Liverpool. I didn't necessarily expect it or even let it go through my mind as thinking that's something I should get my hopes up on. But yeah, Hendrick is a player that is the future, apparently, or heavily linked as being the future.
60 million. He joins in the summer. He's 60 million quid. He joined in the summer. He'll be there in the summer. He's going to be their new number 9. So Vinny and Mbappe and Hendrick and Bellingham. Something's got to give. And
something's got to give. It's going to be like
the whole talk of Haaland going there makes no sense.
Haaland going there makes absolutely no sense. Look, I get it. Mbappe, Haaland, trust me, like having all those players up front would be a miser. But
not with Hendrick. Hendrick is this guy. They think he's the new Ronaldo. They're not waiting. They're not waiting for it. He's going there. And he's going to start playing football. Have you seen what this kid can do?
Yeah, no. Trust me. Yeah. He's been a wonder kid forever.
He'll be done by the time he's 26 because he's played so much football. So enjoy him while he's there. But he's too young to have played as much football as he has. He's going there at the age of basically 18, and he'll be straight in the first team. He'll play 8 years. He'll still only be 26. 8 years top level football. There's a reason these kids, but they peak early. He'll be another one. So, but with the ability he has, can't not have him in your team. It's kind of scary how good he is. So yeah, you try and get him and Mbappe and Haaland and Vinny. No.
It's just not happening. But
where do you see Haaland going next? Because when he leaves City, because he'll do the whole.
I personally,
he'll do the world tour.
No, I get the. You know what's unique about, again, because you would think, okay, well, Haaland, if you were to look at their and we're going to end after this little discussion because I don't want to go too far. I know we're on, but if as far as Haaland, if you look at his salary isn't exactly what you expect for the talent level that he is in Haaland.
No, it's not crazy.
But
it's not crazy money, no.
It's surprisingly not what you would, in my opinion, it's not what you would expect, at least.
They got a big lump. They got a big lump to sign on. Don't forget that. They did get him
the signing bonus.
Big lump sign for them.
The signing bonus was big. Yeah. But it's also, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised, considering we're talking about City, that there's other ways that
I was just going to say it, man. Yeah. This is the official payment.
Exactly.
This is the official payment. It's like
exactly.
The next
day, I wouldn't be surprised he doesn't have a villa in Saudi Arabia or something.
The day after he signs, Alfinger Haaland is driving around in a solid gold Rolls Royce. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Come on.
Exactly. Yeah. All of a sudden, like Haaland's like third cousin, who's always wanted to play football, is playing for some city team, some city-owned team in some country.
Yeah. His mom just bought a football club. His mom just bought a football club in Switzerland or something. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Absolutely not. No, I mean that'll be the kind of. No, they gave those people about 50
I wouldn't be surprised if that's the reality. To be honest with you.
Oh no, they did. In total, they gave him around 50 million quid between the dad, the agent, Haaland. So like they're talking about his release clause was around 60, but the price of the transfer was well over 100. Yeah. Like, hey, look, if you can get it, get it. Because you can break your leg tomorrow, man. You can break your leg tomorrow, and that could be the end of it. Like you said, these boys, they get paid that money no matter what happens. So if someone says to you, yeah, we can, yeah, it is a lot of that. Like, and someone's little brother got signed recently.
Yeah, Jude's brother.
Yeah. No, not just Jude. Job went to, but someone got signed and no one heard about it, and it came out recently. Somebody got signed by like Man United, and they gave his brother they literally gave his brother a spot in the under 21. They're still pulling that. They're still trying to do that stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
That's
The last one last request. One last. So you know the you know the. This is true. You know Paul Gascoigne, right?
yeah.
You know Gaza, right? He was
Mhm.
on the verge of signing for Manchester United,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a lot of stories about Gaza. An awful lot of stories about Gaza. They're crazy stories. But one of them that's a fact is that he was about to join Manchester United. Ferguson wanted
Mm-hmm.
when he went to sign for Spurs. And one of the reasons he signed for Spurs instead of signing for Manchester United is because uh, Alan Sugar, the owner at Spurs at the time, bought his sister a sunbed, which was a very fancy item at the time, by the way. But still, it was just a sunbed. It probably cost about $4,000.
That's incredible.
That is absolutely incredible. Gaza, one of the greatest footballers ever to play for England, signed for Spurs because Alan Sugar bought his sister a sunbed.
Hey.
Because it was all about perks. It was all about back
Yeah.
in the 90s. It was like, what can I get from a family? Not thinking about your career. Just
Right.
that kind of stuff went on all the time. We'll get your
And
dad a job in the club shop.
Yeah.
We'll get your mom a job in the local B&B where all the
Roman was very big on that too, by the way. Roman Abramovich was very big on that. Well, and that's the reason a lot of the or the regulations that they violated are because of that. Those kinds of expenditures where they, bought someone a car, bought someone a house, bought someone like something
indeed.
that wasn't on the books technically, but like you start to add things up and you're like, oh, okay, now I get why you signed here. That kind
all of a sudden, a player's dad will be on the payroll as a assistant groundskeeper, even though he's never been there in his life, and he's on $80,000 a year.
Yeah,
but officially he's Edward de Souza, who just happens to be the father of the latest Brazilian wonder kid you bought, is now actually an official Chelsea employee, even though he's never been at the ground. And,
never had
never had
any,
like that.
Never had any training. Never been. This doesn't have a CV remotely even close to having the credentials to be where he's at. But yet, he's he's this kid's dad, and that makes a difference.
That stuff is just funny. It's funny at the end of the day. Doesn't hurt anybody, but it just shows. It's just football. It's as much as we love it, and you talk about being a beautiful game.
Mm-hmm.
And the moments
there's some ugliness behind it, yeah.
No, it is. It is still the it has the things, which is why more and more these days I prefer World Cups to domestic. As much as I love the game, I think international football still has the last of the kind of purity left in it.
Mm-hmm.
But my God, man, it really is ugly behind the scenes. It really is ugly at the top level. But it's endlessly interesting and intriguing and all of that. But we should cherish the good moments that it gives us, because a lot of these people that are involved in it, especially the FIFAs of the world,
have no interest about the beauty of the game.
Yeah, no, they don't care. Yeah, don't care about it at all. Yeah, they don't. So we can take what we can get from it and ignore the whole divide and conquer kind of routine that they try and come up with, because there's very
That's why
little
you
of it
know
left.
where football's gonna. You know where football's gonna be in 100 years. It's gonna be crazy.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine in 100 years what it's going to be like?
No, it'll be more robotic, because when you look at the flair players now, they're not like the old days where there was a lot of flair players. And what's happening in football now, they're getting trained so much that their flair is sort of being washed away. When you look at our midfield players, Szoboszlai, McAllister and Trent, them three should be affecting the games more, but they're not. Because why? Because of the work rate they have to put into the team. That's how our system works, And I think that's what it is now,
Yeah. Like in 100 years, what are you going to have?
I have one last question.
11 people.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, no,
The
sorry.
official countdown?
It is a huge toss. What will football look like in 100 years? Considering how
Maybe
fast
we'll do like a Futurama
Let's go.
considering how
show.
fast technology advances. I mean, the
Right. We'll do a
difference between
Futurama show. Football 100
like
years from now.
pure AI, no refs. There's definitely not going to be refs. There's no way there's going to be refs in 100 years.
No, there won't be any
No
refs.
way.
You know what'd be crazy? That we do that. We write the predictions down, and in the future, people watch this video and say, "Yo, look at these guys in
These guys were
2024. They said this."
Nostradamuses.
Like, who are these guys? We got to bring them back.
Like when they made
Uh,
movies in the 50s about the future, and everyone was in flying cars, and none of it
Yeah,
happened.
exactly.
Like literally none of it happened. So
None
it's
of it.
going to be yeah. It's like, okay, basically it was all just everything is the same, but flying car. But yeah, it is. Come on, 100 years. Christ, that's
We'll
a
do
huge
it. I'll
question.
do it. I'll put it together.
That's
I'll
crazy.
start writing it down. I'll even
What
write
will
down
be
right
at?
now. 100
Write that
years from now.
down. I don't think we'll be at Anfield. I don't know, but Anfield will against Burnley have a 60,000 capacity. They're going to open it up fully now.
Well, there was a thing that they tried to do years ago in China, which they tried to do early, and they were like, "This is the future of football," which obviously didn't work at the time, but I guarantee will be there in 100 years. Which was basically everyone will go to the stadium, and well, actually, this doesn't sound so good, but you would put on a VR headset, and you could watch
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. I
China
know exactly
play
what
in
you're saying.
Brazil.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, actually, that sounds kind of shit. Actually, now that I think about it, no, scrap that.
I think
Yeah, there's
it's going to be even. I think it's going to be even worse. Everyone's going to get like they're going to basically. Oh, Brian. Okay, cool.
I was
Yeah, I was going to say. I think it's going to be even worse. They're going to
probably
probably end up giving everyone a VR headset, and you can buy rather than go to the games. You can buy a ticket. You'll have to just sit at home and watch the game at home. You'll have that whole like ambiance and everything else going off in your headset, and you'll just watch it, and they'll charge you what it would have cost for you to be there in real life, most likely. But we'll save that for the episode.
If they don't have to. I forgot about that. Nobody leaves their house unless they absolutely have to.
I sometimes in that camp too. One last question. Dustin has one last question before I end the show here. He's asked 12 if you can go shortly before the show ends on keys to get the best performance possible versus Burnley. I am going to do a Burnley preview show. I am definitely going to do a Burnley preview show. I know for myself, one of the best things, some of the biggest keys I could think of for us getting the type of performance, the best performance possible from our team would most likely, in my own opinion at least, is that it would be healthy in the sense of like the availability of the players that we need is what I would like to see for them to be able to have like the ability to have the practice, be able to get some practices in and yada, that kind of concept when it comes to this team, because like, honestly, a lot of what we see with this team isn't necessarily that the team is bad. That's not like the players are bad. It's more so, it's just if we could get an actual run of games where we have a consistent starting 11 and it becomes that we don't have to think about who we expect to see. It's just kind of like that setting where it's like, oh yes, this player is going to play, that player is going to play, this player is going to play, simply from the pretense of, the form and everything else that they're in, and the fact that they've had a couple of practices or a couple of games involved in getting some familiarity with each other. That's solely what I think is one of the biggest keys, is getting these people on the pitch together and having whatever game plan Klopp devises or Pep devises or Pep and Klopp devise together, that they're able to get the team on the practice pitch to understand what it is that they need to do. That's the biggest thing for me. It's just availability. Who's going to be available for our next matchup? That's my biggest thing. How about for you? Brian, do you want to answer that, or Jake? Or let's go JK first. JK, you want to answer that one?
Yeah, I would just say I think I think today they would have watched the game again. Klopp, the whole team together. I think that would have been enough. Klopp should have just watched the game and walked out the room. I think that will be the kick up the backside then, guys, for Saturday. I think getting the full house, 60,000 for the first time, is also going to pay. Is going to benefit us.
That's going to be
But I'm
big.
not going to really so I think I was going to contemplate. I'm not really going to contemplate on the Burnley game because for me that's a win-win game. You know, I think we don't need to really worry about it, but just make sure that we got the players available who are ready to play. You know.
How about for you, Brian?
Yeah, I'm. Sorry, I'm making too strange noises there. Sorry. I would take it. I was going to say that it's a version of, like he said, you put the video on, and yeah, you don't just put the video on, you walk out, because what I would be doing would be a version of that, which would be you say nothing to them, and then they just go out and they make amends, because all of them know how bad they played, so they don't need the manager standing in front shouting at them for 5 minutes telling them how badly they played. You basically need the manager to come in and just go say absolutely nothing in the dressing room, because everyone knows what needs to be, atoned for. So everybody that played like that, you bring them in, let them get changed, just say nothing, go out there, you do it. He's told you everything you need to know 1,000 times now. He's told you everything you're going to hear between now and the end of the season. This is the last 100 meters of an 800 meters race. So there's no new stuff. You're not going to learn new stuff. So exactly like JK said, that you put on the video and then you just fucking walk out. And then it's up to the player.
I would put on the video and then drop a M80. I don't know if you guys have M80s over there or not, the little fireworks or whatever.
I know. Yeah, those things. Yeah, just because. Yeah, no, but those players are too good to not know. You don't need to know you did a bad job.
Yeah.
The 12th man, you go in if you have I mean, no, you don't need someone to tell you had a bad day. You're one of the best at what you do. These boys are one of the best at what they do. That's why they're at Liverpool. They don't need me to explain it. Oh, Cody, you know you had a really bad game today. Yeah, fuck off. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Unless there's something you can, if there's something there that you picked up on and say, oh, you can improve on this by doing this or doing that, that's a different story, or let's work on getting you into better places to give you better success. You should be working on that every day, any day, But
that's where the world-class man management comes into it. That's why I'd get it wrong, you'd get it right. This is the difference between looking at a world-class player, not a world-class, but an elite level athlete, and going, yeah, now is the right time to go over and give them a proper bollocking, as it were, or now is the right time to say nothing to him for 2 days. That's how you know. And also the fact that you might be right or you might be wrong, but the guy that you're giving that bollocking to has to respect you. Let's just have it right at the end of the day. You may be telling him the truth, but if you're some no-name coach that he's like, who are you telling me this? Whereas if the main man is coming up, okay, I'll take it from the main man. I'm not taking it from you. It might be the same words, but I'm going to only take it from someone. That's elite level athletes. They'll listen. Andy Robbo can bollock Simicast, but some under 17 kid will maybe tell them the same story. You can't say that to Simicast. Who are you? Yeah, who are you?
No.
There's hierarchies here.
No.
So that's the man management thing. That's why you got to know. I told your man he did a bad job. Why did you tell him that now? He's Johnny. You need to give Johnny a day to cool off. You can tell him tomorrow, but if you tell him today, he's going to blow his lid, man. He'll blow his lid.
Spot on. There's some people that can deal with that kind of stuff. Some people need someone to bark at them immediately. If sometimes, they need you to like get in their face and say this or say that, whatever it is, to spur them on, and get them angry, get them focused, whatever. Some people do not. Some people fall further into their shell when you do that, and it's about, just as you said, man management, understanding, knowing your personnel, knowing what it is and what it takes to get the best out of them. There's very few people that can say that does it better than Klopp. This is plain and simple, and the respect that the respect is possibly a good reason why people have such great deal of respect from that is, one, the process that he takes in getting the best out of them, and on top of that, the fact that he gets results, the fact that they trust in him enough that his process and the way he goes about it most likely will result in positive results. So that I can agree. It's like this game, I wouldn't even like I know you guys are like, turn it on. I would have like, wow, I'm showing my age if I say VCR, but I mean whatever the system or the computer or whatever you're using, the DVD or whatever the game is on, I would like stick a M80 in there, light the fuse, and say, this is what I think about that game. Let it blow up and say, we're moving on to this next game. Don't dwell in the past. It's like I used to tell some of my players, there's one particular player that I remember specifically that he was actually a striker, and very similar, not as similar, but very he would, when he would miss his shots, he would always be like, you always go, you always like hold his head or like be like, oh my God, or or if he doesn't get a pass, he'd like throw his hands up in the air and be like, what are you doing? What are you not passing to me? And I used to say to him, those are all negative, brother. I'm like, you got to recognize that. And even though you're disappointed in yourself sometimes with like what you're doing, sometimes with your performance, or even sometimes with the performances of others that's not allowing for you to get to the performance level that you want, subliminally, like subconsciously, you're affecting yourself, you're affecting your attitude, like Kobe Bryant did not shoot the ball, miss it, and then be like, oh my God, I can't believe I missed that shot. He didn't even think about that shot again. That was like the last thing he would ever think about properly, because he's going to go up the next time down and take the exact same shot, if not a harder shot, and he's just going to continue to do so. Repeat, rinse and repeat, and it's continuously. And I think that like, excuse me, we had a bad performance, albeit all well and good, that we recognize it, but it's a bad performance. Doesn't mean that you're going to have another one. You might not, who knows, but you can't be shy in taking on those opportunities ahead of you. That's at least how I see it. And I used to try to bring up that, like, if you start, it's similar. One of the commentators made this comment. And I'm trying to think of who was the two guys that it was Jurgen Klopp and someone else. It might have been Arteta too. And he was talking about how the difference between Arteta and Jurgen is Arteta would see his guys go down there, miss a shot, he'd like be all lost in his feelings, and he'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe you missed that shot, or like show such disappointment that shot was missed, and albeit no one, chances are that the player's not looking back at the sideline to see how, if he pleased the coach or not, that's not the case. However, they were remarking on the fact that Jurgen's approach is, he saw the miss, he's still applauding the effort. You know what I mean? And that's a difference when you have that kind of like reaffirmations in your life. There's a difference, as in like you feel like sometimes you feel a little bit of a different approach to it. You're like, it's important, but you know that despite you can have a failure, but you still get applauded for the fact that you're not scared to make the mistake. You're not scared to have the failure. You got to have the courage to do so. You got to have the courage to score, and you know, with the probability that you could fail and not score. But some people react differently. So go ahead, Brian.
No, I the one thing I would say on that, not that I would ever defend Arteta, I think that if you look at Klopp's reactions when he was Arteta's age, might be different.
Mhm.
They are Arteta's a new
Similar.
man. He does. Arteta does do that. I know he does. Yeah, when there's a miss for the team, he grabs his head and he's on his knees, and it's it's some of
It's
the stuff
extra.
that people don't like about him. But Klopp, like, literally, there's no fan base on the planet that can criticize any other players, managers for being their body language or being over exuberant than us, because
Mhm.
our guy is off the chart. Our
Yeah.
guy has, like, he literally pinged his own hamstring
Yeah.
running, hitting him in the
Yeah.
face of an assistant manager, and we criticize Arteta. Come on, no, we're not there. Like, so
Mhm.
Arteta is living that thing now. Like, and I get it, he is over demonstrative, but it's yeah, Klopp was like that when he was 44, 45, 46.
Mhm.
He was living every
Mhm.
minute. And it's not a slight on you. Like, the players know that as well. They turn around, the manager is screaming, and the manager turns around immediately. He's like, yeah, no, come on, it's cool, it's cool. Um, it's just it's just the way it is with Arteta and Klopp. But you've got to have that. That only comes from within. You can take so much from without, but
Mhm.
that ability to just say, excuse me, it doesn't matter. It's and it comes a little bit with maturity as well, to just go, okay, I used to be like that when I was a kid playing sports. When I missed something, or especially playing golf, uh, if something, like, I get so angry, but you calm down, you chill out. But the high pressure stuff, it's, if you can tell somebody to, the best strikers already have that, is what I say. You can learn these things, but the best strikers, the reason the best strikers are the best strikers is because they're born with certain things. And one of the things that they're born with is the ability to miss one of the worst chances you've ever seen and have like 15,000 home fans laughing directly in their faces, and 2 minutes later just bang one at the top corner, because
Yep.
it just doesn't affect them. Because they know, I play professional football for a living. I'm a striker. I take shots all
Mhm.
day. I missed one.
Yep.
Irrelevant.
Yeah.
Absolutely irrelevant. I'm going to
Yeah.
get more chances in this game than you guys are ever going to get in your lives to score a league goal. And you're laughing at me. Here, come on, have some of this. That's just the co. Those are guys that
Mhm.
walk into a pub and just sit down with the best looking girl at the bar, and a half an hour later it's a done deal. They're just those kind of people. It's just those. You can't teach that kind of stuff. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, of course I'm
No,
this. I'm a
you just did
striker.
that too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, did you bring that girl home last night? No, of course I did. I don't bring them all home. But you were chatting her up for half an hour. Yeah, of course I was. Ever since you see her, she's amazing looking. Can't bring them all home. I got the,
Mhm.
in the last month, I've taken 3 other girls out, all amazing girls. You're not going to win them all. It doesn't mean I'm never going to try chat up a girl again. Like, whereas some guys won't, they'll never walk up to a girl, or if they do walk up to a girl and she knocks them back, he's going straight home. He won't just turn around and go, oh well, oh look, there's another girl over there. I'll try my luck there. No, these guys, they don't care. They don't care. Like, this girl would knock him back, and he'll go over and he'll go and sit to an even better looking girl. You know what I mean? It just doesn't affect them. They go out and do
Yep.
every. They just will not stop, because they know everybody fails. They know that this is not a perfect. This isn't math.
Mhm.
They
Yep.
know that the best players they've ever met miss more chances. So that's what
No,
you
they
just,
do.
you can't,
If
yeah,
you
you just can't.
guys ever get a chance, there is a piece done by, it's called Bicycle Diaries, right? I think it's a football bicycle. It's either football bicycle diaries, but something like bicycle diaries or something along those lines. And it's an ESPN piece where the interviewer goes on a bicycle ride with an actual like player, and one of the players they did a special on was Lewandowski, and it was very 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 intriguing of a story that you got insight on because of the story, because he actually got into, because one, Lewandowski has played for possibly two of the best managers of our era, at least, of this era that we're living in currently. In that he got to play for and he got to play for Klopp, and he spoke on both of the coaches as well, and the impact that each one of them had in his life and on his career in general. And a lot of what there's a segment that he speaks on about how basically Jurgen would say, I'm willing, hey, Lewandowski was getting so angry at himself because he's missing shots or he wasn't able to score every time, and he was saying it's not about you scoring every time. It's about you having the confidence to think you're going to score, to like want to score, to not shy away from the chances of you scoring. And I'm paraphrasing, of course, but he got even more in depth, and to the point where he's like, he made some type of wager. He's like, I bet you basically about like how many shots you can make, and if you can make this, we'll do this and that. It made some crazy wager, and it was basically trying to show Lewandowski that, look, it's about you having the confidence to take the shot, but not dwell on the shots you've missed. Basically, and the fact that you understand that you will miss shots and not allow for them to affect you. And I think that's something that we see in Darwin. There's something and that's one of those qualities and life lessons that I think was important to hear, that, he gave it to a great scorer in Lewandowski, and hopefully he's instilling that in Darwin now. But it's a really good piece, though. You guys should definitely check it out if you get the opportunity. It's called Bicycle Diaries. It's on ESPN. It's an ESPN piece, and it went live, or the piece was done, I think 2 years ago. I think it was something like that. I think it was like 2 years ago. I think the piece was done. Very, very, very interesting piece to watch.
Just quickly on that one, the story with him. Why he signed for Dortmund, JK. You probably know it. Do you remember back in that time, it was around 08, something like that, when that big, huge, the volcanic explosion in Iceland, and it shut down all world air travel?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that thing? It was like all over Northern Europe, all over stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, I do remember that, when it was like the cloud. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a big, huge stream, or a big, huge explosion in Iceland. And Robert Lewandowski was due to fly from Pilsen. He was at Pilsen in Poland. He was due to fly into Blackburn Rovers for talks. And he was like, Blackburn Rovers had a deal set up to sign him. And they were just coming out with a championship, or they're in a championship or something like that. And the flights were cancelled. He couldn't travel. So the deal got delayed. So instead of signing for Blackburn Rovers, Jurgen Klopp came in and signed him from Pilsen for like £3 million or something like that. So if it hadn't been from that volcanic explosion, he probably would have gone to Blackburn.
Wow.
Robert Lewandowski, yeah. And this was like bad Blackburn, not good Blackburn, bad Blackburn, like just relegated Blackburn. Yeah,
that's
that
incredible.
The travel thing scuppered the whole thing. And Klopp had heard about him. Like, he was at Pilsen then. Like, he was in the Polish league. So they paid £3 million for him, which would have been a huge deal for a Polish player.
Mm-hmm.
But it was all set up, and he would have been over there. I think it was maybe Allardyce at Blackburn, somewhere like that.
Crazy.
Crazy. Just knows him, man. What did he score? Like 700 goals?
Loads of stories that.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
man.
I bet there's loads of stories like that.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say, big up Ensman. Ensman says, did 2 streams, came back, and you're still live. Big up 12. Work rate.
That's how we do it over here, man. That's how we do it over here. That's how we do it, man.
Yeah.
Real supporter.
Dustin, I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Yeah, my grandmother lived a long life, 96 years old. So yeah, she's definitely beloved and missed by many. So so big up, and I carry that sentiment too. Big up to Connor's family. I wish them the best in all that they're going through. Okay, Ensman's about to do okay, so if anyone's still with us on this epic route, I know it's supposed to be a quick one. It's supposed to be probably 90 minutes, but again, that's what happens when you have some very, very great panelists. And that's what we had today. Nalante earlier. We have JK, Jay Kismet. You'll never walk alone as well. And Brian, obviously, aka Laszlo. Thank you very much for being a part of today's panel and being a part of today's entertainment. I appreciate you both, and as well as Nalante. But I appreciate you both. I can say to you two both here.
Thanks for having us on, bro.
Yeah, for sure. Always welcome. Both of you are always welcome. O'Brien's a part of the show pretty much now anyway. So he's got some content that we're going to be bringing to this channel. It should be fun.
Yeah, you call it entertainment. I just like I was saying earlier on, we all need our things to take our minds off stuff. So it's been helping me, but I do hope that anybody that watched it did kind of get any kind of entertainment out of it.
Right,
because,
right, exactly. I hope you provided some type of
we hope anybody did enjoy it.
Some entertainment, some type of distraction, whatever it is that you're searching for. I hope that you found it here, and I hope that you come back. I hope that you encourage others to come back to the channel with you. I definitely do encourage you to go join Ensman TV for his third segment of the day. Definitely check out that basketball diary. Basketball. That's a movie. The Bicycle Diaries, the ESPN Bicycle Diaries that I spoke of. I think you will find it incredibly enlightening as to some of the concepts that we all think about and everything else. So big up. And oh wow.
Oh, he's going on the big one. Hollywood to Hollywood. Here we go. Hollywood to Hollywood.
Yes, Hollywood is certainly Hollywood today. Big up Ensman. Ensman TV. Let me say this. Please do not, and I don't expect you to, but do not back down or cower to any of the BS that you're going to probably have to take on today and the crazy takes that you're probably going to have to take on. Surely you will be a champion for us all on that platform. So we got faith in you, Ensman TV, for sure. Ens will do his part, I'm sure. But big up to everyone. Go ahead, Brian.
No, sorry. Yeah, that's a hell of a show, that one. Good luck on that one, man.
Good luck on that, for sure. So yes, let's just give it up for Dustin. Ensman TV, obviously, like I said, Honesty was in the house. Chris Angel, Daz was here. Trying to think off the top of my head, some other people that were in here. Redbird was here. KJ was in the house. Bayesian Pops LFC representing Bayesian Reds TV, of course, and Keep It Real was here. Who else? Phil Bidwell was here. Even had a Anfield. Uncle Rod's was here. We haven't seen it. We haven't been blessed with Anfield Uncle Rod's in a while, but it's good to see Uncle Rod's back in the house. Hope that you're well. And yeah, LFC Aaron was out here. Some new names. Mahale was here. I said Red for Life, right? Red for Life. And obviously I said Nalante, LFC Aaron. A lot of great people as always. Again, we will be back. We'll be having an episode tomorrow. Pretty much, if it's 7:00 in the UK, look for Liverpool 12th man. I will be here for sure, holding it down. Big up to Ozan Cutback. Yes, he plays center back. How could I forget? Ozan's one of the loyal ones, one of the real ones, day oneers. But yes, everyone,
But the-
I wish that you continue to take care of yourselves and be sure to take care of others in your lives. It's important. You know, again, life is precious. So enjoy the moments and times that we have to spend together. I enjoy the fact that you're here with me so that we can talk football, talk Reds, and just talk in general. But yeah, until tomorrow.
what's with the Anfield Cup, bro?
Yes, the Anfield Cup will be making a return. JK, Brian, stick with me to talk about that in the back office real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
talk for 5 or 10 minutes or whatever. But yeah, let's let the Anfield Cup is still in process, still progress going on. Lot of like I've been getting a lot of attention drawn to the Anfield Cup, so definitely we'll be bringing it back in for sure. But until tomorrow, hey, take care of yourselves. Be sure to take care of each other, and up the Reds, right? All right. Until then, peace.
Peace.